Okay, thank you. Okay, the time is currently 9 a.m. We are here Friday, September 19th in our BOCC chambers for our scheduled BOCC meeting. First up is going to be an invocation / moment of silence. So if you can all please take a few moments today. With that as well, I do want to take a moment just to note Vice Chair Chapato did lose her father last week, so if you can please keep him in your thoughts, her and her family. Okay. First up is the Pledge of Allegiance, or if you are able to stand and join me, please do. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Anyone that does not have a seat, we do have 1 or 2 multi-purpose rooms open towards the south end that have live streaming capabilities as well. Anyone that is in those rooms will be able to join throughout public comment and join the meeting as well. It will be a long one, so I do want to offer that to anyone that is standing, that there is a multi-purpose room open. And with that, Brandy, if you can please roll call the commission for determination of quorum this morning.
Commissioner Gameros,
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Present.
Vice Chair Chaparro, Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Here. We do have quorum this morning. So the commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. County Manager Andrews, is there any changes to the agenda this morning?
Good morning, everyone. No, sir, no changes to the agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to reiterate what you've already said about people standing. For those of you who are standing who are not media and who are not Doña Ana County employees or security, I ask that you would please leave this room, go down to the multi-purpose rooms, find a seat in there. If there's not one available, you'll be able to watch from the TVs in the rotunda. There will be no standing during this meeting in this room. I would also like to remind everyone that that no attendee of the meeting shall impair, disrupt, interfere, or obstruct the county commissioner's ability to conduct normal business. So this prohibition implies, but is not limited to, persons who are visibly intoxicated or impaired, or who engage in yelling, clapping, booing, standing, or any other boisterous, obnoxious, or otherwise disruptive conduct during the Board of County Commissioners meeting. If you do not comply with that, you will be asked to leave. Failure to leave is a criminal offense.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Okay, and everyone. Yeah, there is a few seats
There are a few seats. Feel free to find them.
it's-
Sorry, Chair.
claimed. Okay, with no changes to the agenda, we will move on to the consent agenda where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items of reoccurring or routine business, which is items number 1 through 7 on the agenda today.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept all items on the consent agenda, items 1 through 7.
Okay, we do have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Commissioners, any comments or questions? Seeing none. Brandy, if you'll roll call us on the consent agenda, please.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
Yes. Motion does carry. Consent agenda is approved today. Brandy, go ahead with those resolution numbers, please.
Okay, we have item number 1, resolution number 2025-106. That one has a second one, 2025-107. Item number 2, 2025-108. Item number 3, 2025-109. And item number 4, 2025-110.
Thank you, Brandy. Next up on our agenda, we do have our employee recognition, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And we do have our Assistant County Manager, Ms. Weir, here today to lead us in this.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We routinely recognize our employees for their years of service and dedication for the county. So today we would like to start with Mr. Joseph Vargas. He is a multimedia coordinator in our digital communications department, and he's been with us for 10 years. Ms. Shawn Spain is the human resources administrator, and she has also been with us for 10 years of service. Luis Salcido is a detention officer currently assigned to the juvenile department with 15 years of service. And court security and transport officer Solomon Lara has been with the Sheriff's Department for 15 years of service. And finally, Ms. Erica Cazada has been with the Roads and Engineering Department as an administrative assistant and has been with us for 25 years of service. And last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Bill Provance to join me up front if he is still in the room. And last but certainly not least, I've got Mr. William Bill Provance with me today. Bill is retiring after more than a decade of dedicated service as the manager of the Doña International Jetport. Since joining the county in 2014, Bill has overseen critical projects that have enhanced and expanded Jetport's role in regional transportation and economic development. Throughout his career, Bill became known for his thoughtful leadership, his commitment to high standards, and his focus on growing the Jetport's capacity to support the Southern New Mexico trade port. He is especially proud of the projects he completed that positioned the airport to contribute directly to the economic development of Doña County and Southern New Mexico. On a day-to-day basis, Bill was deeply involved in arranging hangar leases, preparing and closing out grant applications, planning new projects, and conducting runway and facility inspections. While much of the work was paperwork, he especially enjoyed conversations with current and prospective tenants about the airport, airplanes, and flying, which was his favorite part of the job. Colleagues often remember Bill as quiet and serious, although he insists neither is entirely true. His steady approach and commitment to the Jetport made him a respected leader and valued team member. As he transitions into retirement, Bill looks forward to devoting more time to his hobbies, including woodwork, golf, and most importantly, spending quality time with his wife of 48 years. Doña County thanks Bill for his years of dedicated service and lasting contributions to the Jetport and our community. Please wish him the best in his retirement.
Again, congratulations, Bill. You're going to enjoy retirement. Thank you. Okay, we do have one proclamation on the agenda today, which is to proclaim September 30th through October 3rd as Walk to School in Doña County. Commissioner Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. International Walk to School Day spotlights students walking to school and helps raise awareness about pedestrian safety while bringing communities together in the joy of walking. Walking and biking to school also brings real health benefits. They help students build healthy habits, improve well-being, and combats childhood obesity and related health issues. We encourage families, schools, neighbors to join in these events and help create healthier kids and safer streets and stronger communities. I will say that for Doña County, this has been an important initiative as we've continued to try to make our communities walkable and safe for our residents to do. So I will say on a sad note, this year was the first year I don't have a child in our elementary schools, and so I don't get to participate as a parent for the walk to school, and it was always a fun thing to see all of the kids that our elementary that would participate. So this is an amazing group that puts this on, and so for that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Lopez if you will read the proclamation.
Certainly. Do we want to have the representatives come on up?
Yeah, we have Kenny Coppage and the team from the Safe Routes to School from LCPS joining us.
Commissioner Sanchez, Chair, members of the commission and the board, members of the public, my name is Kenny Coppage, Safe Routes to School champion. I'm here with Arturo Sanchez, another Safe Routes to School champion, and Jeannie Brown and George Pearson, so also employees with Safe Routes to School. Thank you so much for honoring us with this proclamation. We humbly accept it. We're really glad to be here today. Our coordinator, Ashley Curry, is in Albuquerque and Santa Fe this week meeting with our funders and partners, but she has a little bit of FOMO. She really likes to be here, and she made sure that we were all here to accept it. We're really glad to be partnering with the county on so many projects. We really value the partnerships that we have with the county, from the planners, the engineers, the sheriff's deputies that come out and walk with us. This year we were able to be really excited when we saw the hard work of the planners come to fruition at Columbia Elementary School. They wrote a Trails Plus grant that was able to complete a multi-use trail right up to the front door of the school. So we're really excited about that. Columbia Elementary will be starting a walk to school this year. They don't have it on the date set yet, but we are working to use that multi-use trail this year. There in front of you, I left a couple of pieces of paper for you. One is a QR code. So Commissioner Sanchez, you mentioned you really like to walk with the kids. We want to invite all of you and members of the public. You are invited to walk with the International Walk to School Day events. This information is available on our Facebook page, but those QR codes are so that you can sign up. Just click it, sign up. I want to walk with the school, so that you can be a special guest. We'll put it on the advertising on the flyers. I remember last year, Commissioner Reynolds and I walked at White Sands. He drove all the way out to White Sands Elementary to walk with the school, and it was a special event. So thank you so much for inviting us, and we want to just invite you right back to come walk with us. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, the proclamation reads, whereas International Walk to School Day is celebrated globally to encourage children and families to embrace walking and bicycling as a way to promote physical activity, reduce traffic congestion, and enhance community connections. And whereas walking and bicycling to school can improve the health and well-being of students, offering them an opportunity to incorporate physical activity into their daily routines, thereby helping to combat childhood obesity and related health issues. And whereas each year has seen more participation since the program's local inception in 2007, and 100% of the elementary schools take part since 2017. And whereas year-round events promote regular walking and biking to school, and 20 of the 25 elementary schools host weekly walking school buses, rain or shine, while 3 schools hold the events monthly. And whereas we are committed to ensuring the safety and security of all children and recognize the importance of safe, accessible walking and bicycling routes to school as a priority for our community. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does proclaim September 30th, October 1st, October 2nd, and October 3rd as Walk to School Days, proudly proclaimed this 19th day of September 25 and signed by County Manager Scott Andrews.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I know the crowd came in to learn more about Walk to School today, so for the crowd that's here, if you want more information, you can find that at the Las Cruces Public Schools website, lcps.net. You can look for the Safe Routes to School and see the events that'll be happening from September 30th through October 3rd.
Great.
Awesome.
If you'll tilt that down just a little, the light's glaring on the glass. Perfect.
I feel like I'm awkward without.
Could I have the commissioners move this way? Perfect. And then everybody takes a few steps this way.
We're getting directed from the crowd. Now I feel small.
Shao just a little bit to your right. I can't see your face. A little bit more. There you go. One more. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. It's great to see you. Thank you so much. Okay.
Mr. Chair, we do have individuals in the back who are refusing to adhere to the requirement to please take a seat or go into the overflow room. I'd ask that you please direct them to do so or have security or law enforcement take them into custody.
Okay. There's people moving. Thank you. If anyone needs a seat, there was an open seat. If anyone has an open seat next to them, if you'll please let people have it. Okay. Moving on, we do have our public comment portion, and I say this every time. Public comment, we do have a book to your left-hand side. If you can please sign it on your when you are finished. While you're addressing the commission, if you can please state your name. If you are here to comment on any one agenda item that is in the future part of our agenda, if you can please hold your comment until then. If you are here to address the commission on any generalized comment, you are more than welcome to make your way forward. We do have 3 minutes on the clock, and if you can please start forming a line for anyone that is in our overflow room that would like to make public comment this morning, generalized as well, not on a specific agenda topic. If you can please make your way over, we will welcome you here. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Peter Goodman, and this does not relate to any sole agenda item, but I hope it's something you'll keep in mind in all that you do, both as commissioners and as human beings. I can't require it, but I will ask you first to close your eyes while I speak and see in your mind what I see. It's a group of refugees waiting to get across the border north desperately because life where they had lived is no longer feasible for reasons beyond their control. You want to start the 3 minutes, though I won't take all.
Brandy, do you have the 3 minute
three.
thing? Oh, thank you, ma'am. Oh, you're the best.
Again, these folks are in a refugee camp trying to go north. And who they are your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Perhaps you, if you're young, like the county manager, and live long enough, because life here will have become impossible because of climate craziness. We here in El Paso area and Las Cruces use some vast amount of energy. And I'm sure that each of you individually tries not to add to that burden and those greenhouse gases that we're emitting in any small way that you can. I would like you to keep that in mind as you consider all agenda items. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, Susana Chaparro is joined.
Thank you. For the record, Vice Chair Chaparro has joined at 9:21 this morning. Welcome, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, continue.
Hello, my name is Vince Kuchik. I'm a 40-year resident of Las Cruces, and I'd like to comment. I have shared many comments with commissioners, with the public, and so on. There are severe deal-breaking problems with Project Jupiter. One
Sir,
of them is...
if you can hold your public comment on the project until that agenda item.
This is not...
This is not. This is just generalized comment this morning.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, though.
Sure.
Any other generalized comments? Welcome.
Good morning. You all know me. Daisy Maldonado. I am a voter in District 1, and I'm here speaking as myself. I'm going to provide some definitions of behavior we expect from our elected officials. Integrity, acting with consistency between words and actions, doing what is right, even when it is difficult or unseen. Honesty, speaking the truth plainly, without deception or half-truths, so that the public can rely on the information given. Transparency, making decisions in the open, sharing information fully, and refusing to hide behind closed doors or secret agreements. Ethical behavior, following principles of fairness and respect, choosing actions to avoid harm and prioritize the common good. Service, remembering that elected office is not about power or profit, but about working for the well-being of the people. Responsibility, accepting the weight of decisions, being accountable for their consequences on present or future generations. Discernment, the ability to carefully weigh facts, listen to all sides, and make wise choices rooted in truth and equity. Moral obligation, a duty beyond law or policy, the call to protect and uphold the dignity of human life and community. Oath, a sacred promise to serve with loyalty and fidelity to the people, never betraying the trust placed in you. Honor, holding oneself to the highest standards, guided by reverence for the office held and the people represented. Justice, the principle that every person and every community deserves to be treated equitably, with fairness, and in a dignified manner. It means making decisions that correct past harms, prevent future ones, and ensure that power is not abused at the expense of people. Justice requires leaders to treat their constituents and all community with respect and put the well-being of the public above private gain. That's what New Mexicans deserve from our elected officials.
Daisy, can you sign the book for me? Thank you. Also, just with the applause, I appreciate the applause of knowing where the community is on this in comments, but if we can keep it to a minimum, please, just so that we can help the meeting along, I'd be very appreciative of that. Welcome, please join us.
Hi. I was just wondering if we could have some clarification on how the opposition and the pros and the cons will kind of be divided during the public comment section for Project Jupiter. From my understanding, we get an hour divided into 3 minutes. I'm not sure if that's correct. I would love some clarification.
Of course, and we can talk about that when we get to the project portion. We'll lead with that before we start public comment. But thank you for that. I will give you, you will get your answer, I assure you. Any other generalized public comment this morning? Seeing none, we'll move on to commission input. Commissioners? Commissioner Gametos, Vice Chair Chapato, anything?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may. I'd just like to give thanks to a few people that reached out to me. Susie Cordero, you, Chair Shelter Hernandez, and also Commissioner Gametos. My father passed a few days ago. Thank you for your kind words and support.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We are here for you, but thank you. Any other commission comment? Seeing none, we will move on to county elected official input. Welcome, Madam Assessor.
Good morning, Chair Shelter Hernandez, Commissioners Sanchez, Reynolds, Gametos, and Chaparro, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County, accompanied by Mr. Adrian Acosta, our Data Analyst Coordinator, and our IT in our office. Just wanted to inform the public, as we always do, that the property record cards is still unavailable due to a glitch in the CAMA system and is still being worked on. We do have our Tyler property profile. It does have a similar feature of property record cards, just no specific model information, but it does have value, last year's value, and estimated taxes. So how the customers are used to going to our website and being able to pull up their property record cards, it does look a little bit different. If you have any trouble, please don't hesitate to reach out. We can help you get that information. Wanted to also just remind our customers that our commercial appraisal staff is still working on our protest hearing, which will consist of commercial, vacant land, multifamily, and COEs. Our protest hearings will take place on October 6th through the 10th. Mr. Adrian Acosta would just like to mention a little bit about our tax rate real quick.
Morning, Commissioners. I just want to let you know the overall tax rates for 2025, they went down compared to last year. This is due to our increase in values, new accounts created, and many structures that we've been picking up throughout the year. So I just want to let you know overall rates are going down.
And then, sorry, just one more note. This year, the Assessor's Office will be participating at the State Fair. We're hoping to reach customers that maybe we don't get to see in our office. So if you happen to be out at the State Fair, please stop by. I know there's other departments that'll be represented as well if people have questions. Once again, as we always say, the Assessor's Office is always here to assist our customers. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We are here to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Assessor. Any other elected official comment? Seeing none, staff input.
Keep it short today, sir. No staff input.
Sounds good. Commission appointed board report backs.
I'm trying to think if there was any.
Anything?
We had one meeting, it was a special meeting of the South Central Solid Waste Authority to approve an increase in the insurance for the employees, or not insurance, but the premiums that had to be covered by the Solid Waste Authority, but it was just a very simple and short meeting.
Awesome, thank you. Anyone else?
We have a move the board meeting next week at 9 o'clock on Wednesday.
Awesome. Okay, moving on to minutes. We have the regular meeting minutes from September 9th to approve.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any comments, questions, concerns, changes? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. Moving on, we do have 2 hearings and ordinances today. Item number 10, which states an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of Doña County, New Mexico taxable industrial revenue bonds, Project Jupiter Series 2025A, Series 2025B, Series 2025C, collectively in a maximum aggregate principal of up to $165 billion. The bonds with Series 2025A being in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $15 billion, Series 2025B being a maximum aggregate principal amount of up to $25 billion, and consisting of 4 anticipated subsequent Series 2025C being in a maximum aggregate principal of $125 billion. The project would include the construction, development, and acquisition of a hyperscale artificial intelligence AI data center campus, a collected microgrid, and related infrastructure and facilities located within the boundaries of Doña County. Commissioners, do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Commissioner Sanchez, and the second was by Commissioner Reynolds. We have our Economic Development Administrator, Ms. Carter, here this morning, as well as our bond attorneys here today to lead us in this discussion. Welcome, Ms. Carter. Thank you.
Good morning. Denise Carter with Economic Development. If I can have our bond attorney, Chris Muir, come up. He's going to walk us through the step of like the IRB process, how it works.
Morning, Chair, Commissioners. Chris Muirhead with the Model Firm Bond Counsel for the county. Let's just recap how we got here this morning. So these companies filed their IRB application on August 15th. At that point, we got involved and staff continued to work on this. On August 26th, as you recall, we were here for the inducement resolution, which authorized publication for consideration of this ordinance today. In between August 26th and today, all the documents have been under draft and been moved back and forth between the council for the companies, of which there are several, in our office in the county, getting them in near substantially final form for consideration today. The bond ordinance in front of you today is the pivotal moment for the commission to act on the project to approve or not approve the IRB application and the issuance of the bonds by the company. The bonds, as mentioned in the chairman's recital of the title, are projected to be issued in the aggregate amount of $165 billion, with 3 primary components: $15 billion for a microgrid energy production and storage facility, $25 billion for the data center buildings and infrastructure themselves, and $125 billion for the equipment in the facilities. The ordinance also approves the primary bond documents, which are the lease agreement between the county and the company, the indenture, and the bond purchase agreements. The lease agreement is the pivotal one for the county to consider and think about in the commission, which includes the key deal terms that have been negotiated between the county and the companies. What has been updated in the lease agreement is to make the terms in the lease agreement consistent with the memorandum of understanding that the county agreed to with the companies on the proposed deal terms for the IRB, which includes the payment in lieu of taxes for each series of bonds in the amount of $3 million and $9 million between the A's, the B's, and the C's, for a total of $12 million over 30 years annually. The anticipated job production and growth: 750 full-time jobs upon completion, 50 part-time jobs, and 2,500 construction jobs during development of the project. Local hiring preferences for job hiring to the extent possible. average salaries of $75,000 to $100,000 for those positions. Just to hit again on what we talked about during the inducement resolution, because this is important, this is not an obligation of the county. This is not a debt of the county. The $165 billion is not county money. That represents what the company anticipates investing in this project through its development over the term of the bonds, which could go out to 30 years. The primary benefit to the company being the property tax abatements for the real property and the personal property, as well as a gross receipts tax deduction for the equipment as it is purchased for the facilities. Happy to answer any questions regarding the documents, regarding what the IRB is or the process. If you choose to adopt this today, we would move toward closing of the transaction 30 days after publication of the notice of adoption, which would occur Monday next week, probably. Happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, we have a lot of experts here as well from the company that can answer questions. But that's kind of in a nutshell what this ordinance is in front of you today. Again, this is the pivotal moment for the commission to consider this application.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any question for Mr. Muirhead while he's here in front of us this morning? I have a feeling he's not going anywhere.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Denise?
I'm just going to go really quickly. I put together a couple of slides just to walk you through the project, remind you of what the project is.
You don't have to go that quickly. You can slow and smooth. Thank you.
So industrial revenue bonds, they're an economic development tool that are widely utilized by municipalities across the state. They are used to attract projects, capital investment, and encourage job growth. They provide tax incentives in the form of a tax abatement, and it's a very common tool that it's used by other communities, and it helps them stay competitive. Project Jupiter is a data center campus. They're gonna invest $165 billion over a period of 30 years. The money is gonna be spent on construction, purchase, and installation of equipment and future equipment upgrades. $50 billion of that 165 figure will be invested within the first 5 years. 750 full-time equivalent permanent jobs will be generated, as well as 50 part-time permanent jobs will be created. They're gonna be on-site, not remote. And during the construction phase, you're looking at an estimated 2,500 construction jobs to be generated. The wages proposed are $75,000 to $100,000 annual salary, not including benefits. They are offering a packet with medical and retirement. I did a search. What are the typical types of occupations that are usually hired under a data center operation? So you're looking at system administrators, IT managers, data center technicians. And that is just the map of the project location.
Sorry, one moment. You're good? Okay. Continue. Sorry, Denise. I apologize.
And that is just a map of the project location. I do have Mr. Lanham that's gonna come up and talk about the project as well.
Okay, if you can just give us one moment on that.
Absolutely.
Just want to make sure we're all good.
I do want to mention that items 10 and 11 are related and they are for the same project. but we do have a presentation from New Mexico Economic Development Department pertaining to the LIDA. So if I can have Mr. Lanham come up.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present in front of the Commission today. My name is Lanham Napier. I'm the Chairman of Borderplex Digital Assets. Borderplex Digital is partnering with Stack Infrastructure to develop this project. Since August 26th, when the inducement resolution was introduced, Borderplex Digital and Stack have been hard at work, as you requested, to engage with the community, inform the people about Project Jupiter, and listen to the community's concerns. For an overview, for everyone here today in these chambers, I'd like to do a high-level review of what this project entails, and then speak about what we've committed to do for this community based on the feedback we've received. Project Jupiter is a privately financed campus in an unincorporated area of southern Doña County that combines modern data centers with a dedicated on-site microgrid. It would be up to a $165 billion investment of outside money coming into the county. This would be the largest private investment in New Mexico history. The project is on vacant land between an industrial park and the Santa Teresa port of entry, and positioned to become a global trade hub between the U.S. and Mexico. The footprint of each data center is roughly comparable to Mezilla Valley Mall plus parking, or about 3/4 of the Field of Dreams complex. Now let's talk about community engagement. As requested at the inducement resolution hearing, we hosted 5 separate community engagement meetings in each of the 5 districts represented by the commissioners. Thank you to the commissioners for participating and in some cases hosting Borderplex Digital and Stack in these events. In addition to those meetings, we launched a public website with information. We hosted separate office hours near the project site and placed around 120,000 calls to county residents to speak with them one-on-one regarding the project. Results of these calls indicate 83% of residents in favor of the project versus 17% against. So I'll repeat that. I'll repeat that. The results indicate 83% in favor of the project versus 17%.
Mr. Chairman, if we could ask the
Commissioner,
the crowd to respect, or let's have some quiet for the speakers and have some respect for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If this project is approved, we intend to continue that engagement, creating ongoing opportunities for residents to learn more, share feedback, and stay involved as the project moves forward. This ongoing engagement will provide regular updates and progress reports. We believe the community should continue to be part of the conversation as this project takes shape. Now let's talk about economic impact. The project would be spending up to $165 billion over a period of 30 years, which is why we are requesting approval today of an IRB for a $165 billion investment. That's a big number. And is primarily driven by the cost of the chips in the data center and the many refreshes that would happen over the 30-year period. If approved, Project Jupiter is committed to paying the county $360 million for the pilot, which is an increase from the $300 million previously disclosed. In addition to the pilot payments, the project would be investing $50 million for water-related projects and $6.9 million in community investment funds for a total of close to $417 million, including the pilot. We committed to the $50 million investment in water resources after hearing community concerns about water in the state of that infrastructure. We also wanted to respond to community funding requests that we heard from several important stakeholders. Now let's touch on job creation. If approved, the project will commit to 750 permanent, full-time on-site roles within 3 years of operations, plus 50 part-time roles. Construction jobs could exceed 2,500 across the build-out. The types of jobs that will be available include skilled trades, facility operations, power and cooling technicians, network and server technicians, IT, logistics, administration, and security. The average full-time pay would be between $75,000 to $100,000 annually plus benefits. In the state's fiscal impact analysis of the project, the Economic Development Department estimates that the economic impact of Project Jupiter over 10 years would be more than $96 billion. Let's talk about water use. During our community outreach meetings, we received a lot of questions related to water. The data center is committed to using a closed-loop, air-cooled design that Stack has deployed in several other locations. This means that once the design is filled, it recirculates. The daily operational water use will average 20,000 gallons per day. The upfront fill of the closed loop will be even less than that on average. This is equivalent to 70 homes, 4 acres of chilies, or 2 acres of pecans. In regards to the microgrid, based on the present design, it will similarly use approximately 20,000 gallons a day of water once operational. As a result, water use for the microgrid is similar to the water use for the data center. The microgrid utilizes thermal storage and would require a one-time fill on this that we would conduct over a 6-month period. We are aware of the drinking water problems in the area. We heard the people's concerns and are committed to being part of the solution for the people of the county, especially Sunland Park. As a result of these discussions with the community, the companies involved in Project Jupiter have committed $50 million towards water and wastewater infrastructure. We are not water operators. We won't attempt to dictate the specifics of how that money is allocated, but we hope that our contribution will help this community find a solution so the county and our employees can have clean drinking water. Let's talk about power and environmental studies. While meeting with the community, we also had many questions regarding the microgrid and the environmental reviews required for the project. The recently enacted microgrid law ensures that data centers can provide their own power at no cost to residents, and that power must come from net zero carbon resources by 2045, which is the same timeline as the Energy Transition Act. If the microgrid interconnects to provide power to the larger grid, it will be regulated like any other utility beginning in 2035. None of those safeguards were in place for microgrids before the 2025 legislative session. Project Jupiter must comply with the required state and federal environmental reviews prior to construction. It must meet New Mexico Environmental Department and EPA standards. We have completed the Phase 1 environmental site assessment and found no recognized environmental concerns. The facility will meet county standards for noise and light pollution with a state-of-the-art design. Let's talk about our process. In our community meetings, we also heard concern about the process speed of Project Jupiter. Throughout this process, we have followed the statutory timelines dictated by the Doña County Commission and have not requested an accelerated timeline for approval. There's a national focus to secure these critical digital assets for the United States quickly so that our country can continue to compete. In fact, the building of these AI assets is significantly contributing to increases in direct GDP. The locations of these community assets are being determined right now globally for generations to come. We feel that this potential facility in Doña County, being placed in a global trade hub between the US and Mexico, will make this area incredibly valuable for economic development and national security, and we're excited to be a catalyst for that growth. If the commissioners approve the IRB for Project Jupiter, the companies will make payments of $360 million in pilot obligations over the life of the project. This is predictable revenue that was negotiated with the county, who will control distributions of those funds, with statutory distributions going to all the Doña County school districts. Based on current mill rates, it's estimated that approximately $1.3 million per year will be directed to the school districts. The county has full authority to allocate the remaining funds to priorities like education, public safety, roads, and services for the community. Above and beyond the yearly pilot, Project Jupiter will invest an additional $50 million for water infrastructure and $6.9 million for shovel-ready priorities for the community. That include local workforce development, Boys and Girls Club facility, regional connectivity transit system, and other established community priorities. If the IRB is approved today, Project Jupiter plans to be in full operation in 2028. We are currently hiring, and those positions will be posted on Monday at projectjupitertogether.com. Project Jupiter is more than a private investment. It's a partnership with the people of Doña County. We listen to concerns about water, jobs, and long-term growth. We've made commitments that reflect that feedback. This project will bring billions of outside dollars, create thousands of good-paying jobs, strengthen schools, invest in water infrastructure, and provide long-term revenue for county priorities. Just as importantly, it positions the county at the center of growth and innovation along the U.S.-Mexico border. We're excited to contribute to the community, and we appreciate your time and consideration in approving this IRB and LEDA. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this project. We are grateful for your consideration. It's an important decision. I will tell you, Like, this is a generational opportunity. It is here today. I encourage you to vote for it. A vote to delay it is basically a vote no. We could do this project today. I believe it will transform the community and be a force for good. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, same rules apply. Let's just keep the comments and the claps to a minimum, please. Denise, do you have any other?
Yes, if I can get the presentation for the LIDA item?
So do we want to do that under the LIDA portion of the
Yes.
agenda? You want to, we only have a motion on the floor for the one, so
Okay.
let's do one. But at this, unless we're wanting to reconsider and do. Okay. It covers both. Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, Vice
Mr. Chair,
Chair.
point of order.
Vice Chair?
There was a motion for this portion only, and I move to table this for 60 days until the stakeholders, and when I mean the stakeholders, I'm talking about our community, can have further input.
Okay, we have a motion. Okay, we have a motion for a 60-day postpone, you said, ma'am? Madam Vice Chair?
To table for a date certain.
Table
60
for a
days
date
would
certain with
be
60
a
days?
November date.
Okay,
If someone can please remind me of November 25th,
okay,
to give the stakeholders, all of the stakeholders, an opportunity to review, I don't know how many of you all, but review these documents and ask questions regarding the documents.
okay. So Vice Chair has made a motion to table for 60 days. Commissioners, do we have a second? With no second, the motion does fail. Okay. With that being said, we will, Mr. Roper, we will hold on your presentation for a moment. But I will move that the board convene in closed session regarding a limited personnel matter, the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property and water rights to discuss information that is covered by attorney-client privilege, to threatened or pending litigation as authorized by Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H2, 7, and 8, NMSA 1978. Commissioners, do we have a second to go into closed session?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Comments on the closed session? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll roll call us into closed session.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
No.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. Will be in closed session, and we will join you momentarily back here in the chambers.
We do have a of what this closed session is. I understood it's for limited personnel matter, but the public needs a larger notice for that.
It was on the agenda for the closed session.
Can we explain to the public what it is?
Sure, I'll have my attorney.
Thank you. Ms. Neal?
It was on the agenda as written. Closed session means that we are going to discuss attorney-client privilege matters, which, I'm sorry, but the public does not get to comment on that.
Can you speak to the overarching matter of the attorney-client privilege and why you're moving to closed session?
No. We do not have to specify what kind of matter it is. Thank you very much. We are going into closed session.
Noted.
Take their seats, please.
Okay. We'll just wait for Shannon. Okay. Thank you for quieting down. Okay, let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we return to open session here at,
Okay, we have a motion to go into open session, returning from closed.
I can second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Brandy, if you can. Okay, she's there. Brandy, if you can roll call us to resume in open session, please.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez?
Yes. And we are back in open session. Thank you for sticking it out with us, folks.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Vice Chair?
thank you. I'm not going to discuss what went on in closed session, but I would like to renew my motion to table this discussion again. This is what I had to read last night. And I don't know if the stakeholders of Doña County, meaning the residents and the constituents, were able to read that. I will add, not only did I have to read this, but I'm missing pages, blank pages that were supposed to contain attachments or exhibits. Page 230, page 231.
Point of order. Point of order.
Please, two.
Madam Vice Chair, if you do have a motion, let's go ahead and deal with the motion, and then we can do discussion on the motion at
If you
that
don't
time.
have seconds, you can't discuss it.
So we have a motion on the table to table. Do you have a time, date, anything to go along with that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to table this, renew my motion to table this discussion until October 28th.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to table till October 28th. Do we have a second on the tabling till October 28th, commissioners? Okay. We do not have a second, so the motion does fail. With that being said, we are going to continue with the presentations on this portion. We do have our economic development team from the state of New Mexico, Mark Roper, who does have a presentation on the IRB. Welcome, Mr. Roper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and it's a pleasure to be back here. As you'll recall, I stood right here in April, and we went through a presentation very similar to this, talking about a hypothetical project and how IRBs and LEDA GRT share work together as an incentive tool for this. I thought I was being pretty bold in proposing a $600 million IRB when I made this presentation back in April. Lo and behold, was I grossly underestimating the type of IRB that we would actually see in real time as we're looking here today. Currently, 1,200 acres in Santa Teresa, estimated property tax values, and this is based on a $4,025 per acre value, which is a pretty reasonable expectation for unimproved property in Santa Teresa. You can see the Gadsden School District would get $25K and on down the line what Doña County Higher Ed and the hospital districts, as well as a small portion of other taxable, would get out of this area. This is based on $21 billion in real estate, $144 billion in FF&E. That's furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So as you can see, the current income on this property is about $55,000 a year to all of the taxing entities. The IRB for Project Jupiter will bring that $12 million in the pilot payment. That's the payment in lieu of taxes that will accompany the IRB. Again, I stress $55,000 is the current value of the property that's being achieved by all of the taxing entities. The IRB is suggesting $12 million a year. So when you look at the difference, it's a positive to Doña County and its taxing entities of over $11 million, nearly $12 million for all practical purposes, 11.9. Over 30 years, you see that difference grows to $358 million in additional revenue coming into Doña County that's not currently there. Now, the other item that's going to accompany this as part of the activity of the incentive package is the LEDA Gross Receipts Tax Share. LEDA stands for the Local Economic Development Act. GRT is the Gross Receipts Tax. What the Gross Receipts Tax Share does is it shares back a portion of the gross receipts that is created by the construction of this project back to the company. And this is an incentive. It's on the books in the state of New Mexico. It's a statute. And it's one of the tools that we use to attract large capital investments in excess of $350 million, which this project does have. So as you can see, based on a $17 billion, which is probably low for what the construction value of this is going to be, I got to get deep into the numbers, but you can see Doña County will net an additional $212 million. And the really nice part about these numbers here is this is going to happen in about a 5-year time frame during the construction cycle. So the state of New Mexico is we're going to get our $414 million. Doña County will see this $212 million. We'll collectively see $626 million in additional dollars. And that's in about a 5-year time frame. That's economic impact. Now again, I look, $626 million in about a 5-year time frame. Over the next 30 years, the gross receipts tax generated by 12,000 or 1,200 vacant acres is zero. The difference is mind-boggling. The numbers of this project are mind-boggling, to be honest. So when we look at the final comparison of when you look at the IRB and the GRT share component, $1.6 million would be the revenue coming to Doña County and its taxing entities. And we're talking about $984 million. A big chunk of that, nearly 600 of that, coming in the first 5 years. A net gain of nearly $1 billion. Just think of what we can do with $1 billion in New Mexico and Doña County to improve the livelihoods of our residents. I'm gonna do a comparison, because this isn't the first data center we've done in New Mexico. In 2015, Project Kudo. I personally think Jupiter's a cooler name, but Project Kudo was approved by the Los Lunas City Council for an IRB and for some LIDA money to construct a data center. Now we've had that data center in New Mexico for 10 years, so we have a case study to look at. In the last 10 years, Los Lunas' population has grown 20%. The rest of New Mexico, barely over 1% in population growth. What else happened in Los Lunas besides Project Kudo? Nothing. I think it's pretty safe to draw a straight line from Project Kudo, a data center in Los Lunas, to this population growth. When you look at the Village of Los Lunas' annual gross receipts tax collection, that's the lifeblood of a municipality. What's $11 million annually in 2015? That was a good year. Now their annual gross receipts tax is $40 million. That's a 350% growth in gross receipts tax revenue in Los Lunas, New Mexico. That was because of Project Kudo, straight line, no doubt about it. The state of New Mexico and the Village of Los Lunas has seen an excess of $300 million in new revenue in the last 10 years, thanks to Project Kudo. Now, Meta wasn't as big as this, and those are the type of numbers they produced. Meta was a $45 billion bond, and similar to this, it was done in a series. It was done in a series of 6 bonds of $7.5 billion each. This project is roughly 3.6 times bigger, 4 times, let's round to 4. Meta's payment in lieu of taxes, their pilot is $1.8 million annually at the high point. At the high point. They kind of rolled into theirs. It wasn't at the high point right away, but we'll just assume 1.8 million. Jupiter is proposing $12 million. So that's over 6 times bigger than what Meta did at their high point on a project that was 3.6 times smaller. So I'm laying out a congratulations to Doña County. In your negotiations with Jupiter, your staff, the county commission, because you did a lot better job than Los Lunas of attracting this investment. You're getting $12 million back as compared to 1.8. Good job. Now, for those that don't know me, I'm Mark Roper. I'm the division director of the New Mexico Economic Development Department. I grew up in northern New Mexico, so some of you might call me a norteño. But I also sat at the dinner table with the guy that was the chairman of the water board for 35 years, sat on the water board for 42 years. I learned a lot about water, most of it that I probably didn't want to know. But I learned a lot about water. And the main thing that I learned about water is it's a precious resource. Regardless of where you live, it's a precious resource. It's especially a precious resource in New Mexico, where we live in a desert. And we need to be wise on how we use water, where we use water, and how we implement water. As you've heard, Project Jupiter, the data center, will use roughly 20,000 gallons of water a day. An average household uses 400 gallons a day, unless you have teenage sons that take really long showers. So that's about 50 houses. So Project Jupiter is the equivalent of about 50 new houses somewhere in Doña County. Now, I grew up mowing grass, and I made some good money mowing grass, but it takes water to water grass. It takes about 27,000 gallons to water an acre of grass. It's about 3,800 gallons a day. And I love playing golf, but I could only get 2 holes of golf in for the amount of water that Project Jupiter is going to use. We heard mention of pecans and chili and the comparisons. A typical pivot covers 160 acres. I think we all know what a pivot is.
Hey, Mark, I'm so
Depending on
sorry
the
to
crop
interrupt.
use.
Can you take a slight step back from the mic? I want to make sure people listening
Sure.
at home can hear, sir.
Depending on the crop use, that ranges from about 43 gallons per day for onions to about 620,000 gallons a day for sod. Again, my point is that we need to be smart about how we use water. We need to be cognizant of how we use water. And asking water questions is important. And I commend Project Jupiter for answering those questions, holding the public meetings. But it is important to understand the relativity. Now, they're also going to develop a data center, as you heard. And understand that this data center is still going to use that same closed loop technology. It's a different technology because they're trying to cool water here in order to run it back through the generation system. But they're still going to use a closed loop system. And again, at the current design for their generation facility is, again, 20,000 gallons a day. So all those other references, again, equate to this. So between the data center and the generation facility, we're still in the neighborhood of about 100 houses. This is important, and I commend them for making this commitment to not only be water conscious, but being economically and environmentally friendly. This is a line out of what you're going to get to a little bit later when you talk about Lita gross receipts tax share. This is directly out of the project participation agreement, which is the contractual arrangement that you will be voting on. This states Jupiter agrees to give $50 million. That's of their first $50 million that's going to come back to them as part of the gross receipts tax share. So they're saying, yes, thank you for the incentive, but we're going to take that first $50 million you're giving us back of an incentive, and we're giving it back to Doña County. We're giving it back to Doña County for water and wastewater improvements because we recognize, man, that's an important issue here. We need to take care of that. In addition to that, we're going to make sure that 10 million of it is dedicated to the partners through metrics-driven grant program aimed at improving the water quality in the community. Now, we're talking about southern Doña County. I don't think there's any doubt we know the area we're talking about. That's $10 million going into the current water system to improve the quality and the capacity of the water in that region. And then the additional $40 million to use as matching funds for things such as strategic water supply and other water needs that the county can utilize to leverage this money to go get additional resources to truly make a difference in southern Doña County. I'm happy to stand for any questions. I think it's obvious. The numbers are there. The economic impact is gargantuan. It's over $96 billion in the first 10 years. The fiscal impact, as I pointed out, is there. And I think the water usage has been addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the commission. And if you do have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Roper,
Sanchez.
can you tell me the population of Los Lunas?
Currently, or when they first started?
I mean, if you want to tell me when they signed the IRB.
When they signed the IRB, there were roughly 9,000 people.
So 1 point some million for 9,000 people and 12 million for 225,000 people. And that's a good return?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, it was 1.8 million on a $45 billion IRB as compared to 12 million on a $165 billion IRB. So yes, I would say it's a fair return.
Okay.
I would say it's greater.
Thank you, Ms. Roper.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair.
thank you. Los Lunas stands alone in pretty much the middle of the state, does it not, Mr. Roper?
Yes, that'd be a correct assessment.
Thank you. So Santa Teresa is probably maybe 7 miles from El Paso. So the impact to Doña County would be at a lesser degree because there is a probability that the people that are coming here would purchase houses in El Paso, spend their money in El Paso, send their kids to school in El Paso, because why would some people want to drive all the way to Las Cruces to do that when Texas is a few miles away? Is that not an appropriate thought?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, members of the commission, I think your assessment is correct on where the people would live. The numbers I'm talking about are $12 million is coming directly to Doña County. Has nothing to do with where the people live. That's coming from the company to the county. The GRT numbers I spoke to are gross receipts tax collected on construction. The construction will happen wholly and solely in Doña County. So those numbers aren't going to change on where people reside. When we talk about the $96 billion total economic impact, our economic impact model does take into consideration the probability of where they're going to live, and we do discount those items specifically in the Sunland Park, Santa Teresa area, because we know that about 50% of those people will live in Texas. So when we do that modeling, we do take that into consideration. That's a valuable and true statement, and we do take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Gametos, I know you're online with us. If you ever need to interrupt, please just speak up so we can hear you, okay?
Thank you, will do.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, Denise, any other presentations regarding this from staff?
No.
Okay.
Those are the only presentations.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
I don't know, is it possible to have Ms. Carter highlight some of the enforceable requirements that are in the IRBs? Maybe discuss briefly clawbacks that are included in this. And then also, I guess the GRT share, I believe, is probably part of the lead-up, but just kind of highlight some of those the items in the IRBs of the documents, if you wouldn't mind, please.
If I can also have our bond attorney join me in case I forget anything. But some of the clawbacks of the IRB, if the project were to fail, if they were not to hire the people that they hired or cover the wages that they would cover, at whatever point in time that happens, the county can choose to recuperate all of the taxes that have been, the property taxes that have been abated up to the point where the project fails. So that is one of the tools that we have to control and ensure that the deal goes through. There are also dates set on the project participation agreement where they need to spend at a minimum the $350 million to qualify for the GRT share. So if they don't invest that money in the construction, they won't be able to qualify to get the GRT share portion. Again, at any given point, if something happens with the project, the county has the ability to walk away from the project, deed the property back to the applicant, and call it a day.
Thank you, Denise. The clawbacks and provisions in terms of the plant closure are consistent with what is in other IRBs for the county. So as Denise said, Ms. Carter said that if they shut down during the first 5 years, then there are portions of the property tax come back. The other part that wasn't mentioned, just want to make sure it's clear, if they don't meet their employment targets, there are requirements to increase their pilot payments based on the shortfall. Just throw that out.
You good? Yeah. Okay. Can you also, well, let's just stay here really quick. Can you also talk about, so that's the clawbacks on whether or not, you know, a project would fail. Can you also talk about the clawbacks that are in the IRB for the portion of what we're kind of seeing, the promises and stuff like that? Can you just overview that for us as well?
So in terms of the company benefits that were referenced earlier, so the lease agreement does contain those provisions in terms of the company's commitments for additional financial contributions. As Ms. Carter said, there's $50 million based on the gross receipts tax generated at the facility. There is also the other terms were $4 million contribution to support university, college, and high school workforce development programs. $1,500,000 for key local initiatives, including but not limited to Phase 1 construction of a new Boys and Girls Club in Las Cruces. $250,000 dedicated toward the long-term drinking water and increased system capacity redundancy and desalination plant work. $150,000 to Doña Community College for reliable source of transportation between Las Cruces and Santa Teresa campuses. $500,000 to protect key habitats in the county, a one-time payment of $500,000, and then $50,000 annually for a 10-year period. So those are unique to this transaction that are contained in the lease agreement as part of the deal terms with the company.
And what are the enforceable?
So any of these would be considered, if they fail to meet, it would be a default under one of the covenants, and then they would have an opportunity to cure it. If they don't cure it, then back to Ms. Carter's point, you could explore exercising the event of default and unwinding the industrial revenue bond.
Okay, and that is outlined in the IRB, correct?
Yes, it's in the lease agreement.
Okay, in the lease agreement. And then I know that we're not on the LEADA project portion of this, but the employment side is clearly outlined in the LEADA. Okay.
We ensure that all the 750 full-time jobs that you've been.
I'm sorry.
We've ensured that the 700 full-time equivalent jobs you've heard about are listed in the lease agreement. The 50 part-time permanent jobs are listed in the lease agreement. Every single one of the numbers that have been shared with our constituents through community engagement meetings that the project has done, all of that is in the document so that we can enforce it.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair.
so going back to your point, Ms. Carter, that all of the constituents have been provided all the documents they need, again, by hundreds of pages. So when going through my final packet as a county commissioner who is supposed to have all the information before this very important vote, as I was going through the packet, I'm missing exhibits, I'm missing other documents, page 230, 231, 278, 188, 336, 337, 473, 474, 475, 376, 418, 489, 490, 491, 505, 506, and 507. So if I, as a commissioner, making this very important decision, representing the stakeholders, the constituents, and missing information, and we're supposed to be transparent and allow the public the information that should be included in a final packet I don't have, I can't, in full conscience, say that we have complete information. I'm missing information. And so is the public.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, yeah, the references to the exhibits that are blanks, those tie to, most of those to the bond purchase agreement, which has legal opinions, which are done between the time of adoption, if you move forward, and closing. The scope of the project and the project site, the deal terms are in the documents, but yes, there are blanks in there related to, and again, thinking about it, what it would be, the legal opinions that are provided at closing.
Thank you. And so when will this closing, when is this closing anticipated so that we can get the final documents?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, so if you decide to approve this today, they would publish a notice of adoption that would run in Monday or Tuesday's Las Cruces Sun News. Then there's a 30-day period for the ordinance to become final. At that point, once that 30 days expires, we would move toward closing. In the interim between today and closing, all the documents would be distributed, the versions you have today, as well as the opinions and other closing documents. There are numerous closing documents that are tied to the transaction that are not approved in this ordinance in terms of specifically the lease, the indenture, and the bond purchase agreement. All of that would be drafted, and all of the relevant parties, you as commissioners, the county, and the company would work to make sure that everybody's in agreement on those documents prior to closing, which would be no earlier than 30 days.
So it's impossible to get all the documents at this time. We'll get them later if we approve it, and so it may be too late in some instances. And this is not an ideal situation, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Chaparro, this is standard practice in the industrial revenue bond practice that the indenture, the lease, and the bond purchase agreement forms are approved in the ordinance, and the closing documents and legal opinions are done between adoption and closing. The documents that you present that are in the packet, we believe do provide the deal terms for you. If you decide to approve this, that you have the deal terms in the documents before you.
So is this a usual and ideal situation?
Mr. Chairman,
Is it
Commissioner
very
Chaparro,
similar to the other IRBs that have been issued in the past?
as I answered to the one question, it is similar in terms of most of the documents or several of the documents are approved between closing and adoption of this ordinance. The speed of this is unique. Yes, the speed of trying to get this done is unique in terms of the size is unique. Many things about it certainly are unique.
Mr. Mayorhead, thank you. So when you say the speed is unique, I feel it's unique as well. So thank you for that. I feel that there's a lot of pressure on this commission. There's a lot of pressure to move this forward very quickly because, and I quote, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't know if I agree with that or not. I'm not necessarily against moving forward with this project, but I am interested in complete transparency from all parties involved. And so that not only these commissioners understand every aspect of what's being done, but as well as our community, because our community has to have a say in how they want their community to grow. But that's another issue. That wasn't the question. I'm sorry. I got off my point of view. You're saying the speed is unique. In your experience, and I know you're a very well-versed attorney, very experienced and well thought of, sir, would you compare the uniqueness of this speed with this particular IRB?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner.
Would you compare it to other IRBs with which you've had experience?
Well, I think the key thing is when the commission considers the approval, do you understand the deal terms? And those have been negotiated by county staff and other relevant parties, and that is before you. So I can speak to that yes, this is consistent with what a regular industrial revenue bond would have, where you would have the deal terms in front of you with substantially final forms of the bond document. So that is consistent, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayorhead.
Okay. Any other questions really quick? Not quick, but.
Mr. Chairman, I think for Mr. Mayorhead, I just want to understand is if the IRB is approved, you mentioned that there's 30 days for close. Should there be any issues within those 30 days? Are there any recourse for this commission? Should they decide if for any reason something's not something of concern comes up, is there any recourse for us?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, so the closing is the pivotal moment. So this is a pivotal moment today. This is the action by the commission to approve the bonds and the structure of the bonds. The closing is really at the point of then the bond documents are controlling and all the parties are in it together. So between the adoption of this, if you choose to adopt it today, and the closing, the commission could move to repeal the ordinance if it is not satisfied with the transaction as it develops between now and closing.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Commissioners, at this time, do we have any questions for anyone else before we can kick off public comment, or? What are thoughts? Suggestions?
And Mr. Chair, just if I may, if we can just clarify, will the commissioners, just so everyone knows the process that is going to be followed this afternoon, or this morning, seems like afternoon to me, will we be allowed follow-up questions to the presenters?
One more time?
Will we be, the commissioners, will the commissioners be allowed to ask follow-up questions for the presenters, just so that everyone is clear on procedure?
After, I believe
Yeah.
I understand it.
public
After public,
comment,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, of course. So that way, if there's any lingering questions or anything comes up during public comment, we can get those things.
Thank you.
The commission can then ask those questions. Okay, with that being said, we will move on to public comment if you're all okay with that. For the sake of everyone here and the sake of the commission, I think the way that we're going to do this is we are going to keep the 3-minute per person policy that we have had. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do an hour for those opposed to the project, and then we will do an hour for those in favor of the passing of the IRB is the way that I should kind of say this. So those that are opposed to the IRB being passed today, I will ask that you start making your way to the middle. Please be wary. We do have someone that is in the middle, so please don't maybe move it over to the side a little bit. But we will have the 3 minutes on the clock. If you can please address us by stating your name. You can sign the white book to your left-hand side, and we will give 3 minutes for those 3 minutes. So that would be 1 hour, 3 minutes each. Start coming up, please. And this is in opposition, so we'll do all opposition. Okay, Brandy, are you ready? You're in control. Okay, thank you, ma'am. And once again, I will reiterate, if we can please keep the claps, the boos, whatever commentary we have, if we cannot have that, just so that way the commission can hear and we can respect the 1 hour time. That is 11:12, so we will end this at 12:12 and then we'll move on. Go ahead, sir, you're kicking us off today.
Hi, my name is Ken Miller. First of all, I appreciate all the commissioners, especially after trying to read 500 pages of agenda items. I can't imagine anybody wanting your job. But I have a few points. I just think the footprint of the project is huge for only providing 750 jobs. Based on the size of the workforce versus the size of the plant, I have to feel that these workers are mainly maintenance, because maintaining 1,800 or 14,000, what is it, acres is going to take a lot of maintenance. So I don't feel like these are going to be high-tech degree jobs. They're going to be well-trained in what they do, but I don't think they're going to be great, high-tech engineering jobs. And I kind of compare it to the footprint of the Toyota manufacturing plant in San Antonio, which we had an opportunity to aggressively go after some years ago. But I think the state was focused more on the center part of the state. But that plant, in the Toyota plant, they have spent up to now $4.7 billion in manufacturing that plant, in investment in that plant. And they provide 7,000 jobs on site, half of which are union jobs. And obviously a manufacturing plant like that produces or supports a lot of other jobs, like automobile parts suppliers, manufacturers. So I think Santa Teresa is a great location for industrial development. I mean, we have, good industrial development needs railroads, which we have rail lines from that area, you know, to the East Coast, to the West Coast, you know, Denver, Chicago, interstate systems in all directions. It's ideally located for industrial development. This is not industrial development. We're not producing anything. I mean, there's more auto parts manufacturers in Chihuahua, for example, than probably any location in the Americas. So I just think that the acreage that this plan is going to take up is.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and just make sure, sir, that you do sign the book after you're done. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, and Project Jupiter representation. My name is Yasmin Al-Harbi. I am here on behalf of the City of Sunland Park. Last week, our City Council passed a resolution asking that before a $165 billion project moves forward, its impacts of our people are fully understood. We did that because in Sunland Park, we don't have the luxury of treating these questions as abstract. We've lived with the consequences of being left out of planning in the past. For too often, it's been our families, our neighborhoods, and our quality of life that have suffered the consequences. This is why we are here today. We are not here to oppose growth, but we are here to make sure that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is done correctly. For our residents, the stakes are real. Housing costs are already climbing, and many families live paycheck to paycheck. If this project brings thousands of new workers without a plan for affordability, the people who have built their lives here today may be pushed to the side. Is the audio okay? Can you guys hear me? Sounds weird. Sorry about that. Our roads are another daily reminder. Anyone who drives through our region knows how congested they already are. Adding heavy truck traffic and new commuters will strain a system that's already stretched thin. And that is unless we plan today for our future together. In the desert, nothing is more critical than water. We need clear answers about how this project will secure what it needs without putting the needs of everyday families at risk of shortages or higher costs. Even the public safety is at stake. Our fire, police, EMS are proud to serve, but they are already at working capacity. Growth of this magnitude cannot come without a plan to keep our residents safe. Commissioners, Sunland Park is not asking you to say no to this project. We are asking you to stand with us in saying yes to responsible growth. We want you to take the time to ensure that families who are already calling this region home are protected, even as we welcome new opportunities. This moment is more than an investment. It's about putting the well-being of our residents at the center of every decision. Sunland Park is ready to be your partner, but partnership requires a seat at the table, trust, and transparency. We ask you to choose a path of responsible growth and to give our residents that the assurance of their future matters in this decision. Thank you.
Oh, just make sure that you guys are signing the book, please. Thank you.
Commissioners, those here today and those watching online, I'm Lynn Moorer. I practiced environmental law in Nebraska before relocating to Las Cruces to take care of my parents. I urge you to ban use of nuclear energy in Doña County for Project Jupiter. Use of nuclear energy will turn the county into a de facto highly radioactive waste dump because there is no national repository for highly radioactive waste. Every nuclear reactor becomes a storage site for spent nuclear fuel, which is dangerous for millions of years. Worse, whenever this kind of spent nuclear fuel storage site is built, nuclear waste entrepreneurs show up and try to turn it into a nuclear dump for the entire country. This isn't the kind of economic development we need. Under the project plan, the county would own the site during its term. This means that county taxpayers, as owners of the nuclear material, would be on the financial hook for substantial liabilities associated with those nuclear materials. This is known as a liability transfer scam. If the company walks away, we're stuck with the waste. Small modular reactors, which the developer favors, do not solve the problem of radioactive waste, and they cannot be counted on to provide reliable and resilient off-the-grid power for facilities. SMRs very likely will need backup power sources to operate safely, to power coolant pumps and other vital safety systems. Like today's large nuclear plants, SMRs will be vulnerable to extreme weather events or other disasters, and depending on the design, SMRs may require water for cooling. The SMRs are also neither more economical nor safer nor more secure than large reactors, and they don't use fuel more efficiently than large reactors. Plus, SMR developers propose to relax the current emergency planning boundaries around a reactor. This is an unacceptable level of risk for any community. To date, no one has successfully built operational SMRs in this country. Only China and Russia have done so. A number of public and private institutions in the U.S. say they want to, but none has yet done it. There's a lot of novel designs in addition to light water reactors for SMRs being considered, but there's no track record of success with any of them. All the SMRs built under construction in other countries have experienced time and cost overruns. None of the arguments in favor of SMRs are backed by evidence. The developer has refused to rule out nuclear energy. While it claims nuclear energy is not currently part of its plans, the developer may seek to use it in the future. It's in the county's best interest to slam the door shut on any possibility of nuclear energy being used. The memorandum of understanding that mentions nuclear energy doesn't constitute any legal obligation to the county. I urge you to vote to.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. I appreciate you. Thank you. If you can please just sign the book.
Good morning. My name is Daisy Maldonado. I'm the director of the Empowerment Congress. Today, I stand in solidarity with the people of Sunland Park and Santa Teresa, the families, the children, and the elders, and all the other concerned residents across Doña County. For the past 3 weeks, your constituents have spoken out about the proposed Project Jupiter. We have told you clearly, this project will bring direct harm to our communities. And yet here we are facing this vote that risks trading the health and well-being of over 20,000 people for corporate promises, not even to mention the 7,000 employees at the Santa Teresa Industrial Park and the close to 1 million people that live in El Paso. 2,500 construction jobs sounds very impressive. Probably not going to pay you $75,000 a year, but those jobs will vanish in 2.5 years. What remains are several massive data centers consuming our water and a natural gas plant that will be also consuming our water and contaminating our air. What remains is a community sacrificed again. Santa Teresa and Sunland Park people deserve better. Community members who will be most impacted and harmed by this project were left in the dark under non-disclosure agreements, and still there are many unanswered questions, vague promises made by the company, and you asked about the clawbacks and the promises, but that's a non-binding MOU. I'm not sure why you had to sign, if you had to ask that question, if you're gonna sign it. You can go into the documents itself and it says it's a non-binding MOU. How is that trust? How are you expecting community members to trust you if that's the case? This is not transparency, this is not accountability, and this is not democracy. Commissioners, you took an oath of office. That oath was not to corporations, not to out-of-state investors. It was to us, the people of Doña County. It was to protect our health, our safety, and our future. If you vote yes today, you are not only dishonoring that oath, you are turning your back on your constituents. New Mexicans deserve better.
All right. My name's Anastasia Walhoft. I'm a resident of Doña County. I want everyone to imagine that you are living in a big household with your whole family, and someone within that family comes to the rest of everyone in the household and says, I've been dating someone for 4 months. I would like them to move into the house, take some measurements, do some renovation around here. I promise it will be good for us, and the house could use some help. Don't ask him to put it into any legally binding language. By the way, I don't know this guy's legal name, only the name he's been using for the past year. And you can't know his legal name either. The fact that any of you feel comfortable bringing a vote to give a tax break to a company who has asked you all to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and the fact that you've known about this project for 4 months and only informed citizens about this less than a month ago is so alarming to me. The lack of transparency and the rushed air about this project, from my perspective, looks like you were hoping the project would go under the radar and no one would notice. As a Doña County resident, it feels infantilizing. I feel like I'm treated like a child, and it feels frankly immoral. If any of you vote yes today to give this company a tax break after steamrolling your constituents with this project, I want you to know that you have broken our trust. AI is a rapidly growing industry with a lot of buzz around it. Let's remember all of the buzz that was around internet-based companies in the 90s before the dot-com bubble burst in 2000, leaving people without jobs and offices empty. The AI bubble may burst, and soon, and this data center would be left empty like those office buildings in the 90s. If that happens per the IRB, this AI data center, what would we do with it? Can it be repurposed by another industry? Does Doña County have a use for an abandoned facility like that? Is it an environmental hazard? Are we making enough plans to make sure that we can properly close this thing if we are financially on the hook up for it if they go bankrupt? The last point I'd like to make is that AI in general is just a bad investment. For every job that an AI data center creates, how many more jobs are we going to lose in the rest of the county? How many more jobs are we going to lose in the state of New Mexico? How many workers will corporations and major employers attempt to replace with AI in our county? If an AI revolution and a shift in the labor market is coming, at minimum, we need to be squeezing every single dollar from this company as possible. We should not be giving them a tax break. We need to be building a safety net from all of this money for our residents. From my perspective, if you want to have an AI data center in Doña County, you have to be able to afford and put in legally binding language. Pay your full property taxes, fund a desalination plant, permanently rehabilitate water and utilities in Sunland Park and Santa Teresa, undergo an annual audit of social and environmental impact, increase trust of water systems and the grid, establish fines and fees, and lastly,
Thank you.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Chase Johnson. I'm from District 1. I'm here to speak about my feelings for Project Jupiter. Before coming here, I spoke to family, friends, a professor, a data scientist, a computer scientist, and a hydrogeologist. They were all against Project Jupiter for different reasons, and they were all valid points: environmental, monetary, job-based. When I told the computer scientists the pay range, they laughed because they make $200,000 a year for a similar job working remotely. Keep that in mind when you look at those numbers that they're presenting to you. They're not good numbers for the employees that would be doing those jobs. Like I said, they all had great points, but I wanted to bring up a personal point that's related to me. They say the cost of utilities will not be affected by their construction and by their plant. I think that this is incorrect and untrue. Let me explain why. The cost of utilities, because they state themselves that they will be doing a natural gas generation plant to begin with the plan to convert to renewables by a deadline. In the time that they're using that natural gas plant, they will not be in charge of the cost of gas. I'm sure you all remember Storm Uri. It came through 2022, and it caused extremely high electric bills for folks in Texas. high utility bills for people here in Doña County, and it led to the city creating an emergency commodity recovery rate to try to make up those funds because of something that was out of their hands. In this case, it was just a winter storm and a pipeline that needed to be repaired. Those companies decided to increase their charges based on those factors. They will do so when this plan is created. They will make the decision that, oh, we can charge more, this is the price, you're required to buy from us as a municipality. You either buy it or you don't. And guess what? Municipalities are required to buy it because they have to provide utilities to their customers. So by setting this up, you are just setting up higher utility costs for customers in the immediate with no guarantee that they will actually complete their plan to transition by that date. Lastly, I just want to end on a little note that I do not envy your position. This is a very important vote. I heard on the news today it might be the most consequential vote in the history of this commission, and you only get to make it once. I'm asking you to make the right one, because once this decision is made today, there is no going back. There is no out plan. If it happens, it will happen, and the consequences will last generations potentially. You're hoping that this all goes well. You're wanting to do best by the community that you serve, and I guarantee you're trying to make a decision that will benefit everyone in the long term. But don't take the golden fiddle if you can't play the strings.
Hello, I'm Guillermo Canaway from here in Las Cruces. I do want to say, just from the things we've seen today, Project Jupiter does basically admit they do not know the impacts they're going to cause to our most limited resource, our water. They intend to spend a fraction of what they intend to spend on the total project to maybe solve some of the problems they might cause. They have nothing in their documents that shows they know what could happen. And it was asked earlier, what would we do with $1 billion? At the worst possibility, we can cover the damages they do. This is giving a lot of allowance to a project that has been rushed and pushed forward with only limited public meetings about this. A lot of allowance considering the lack of transparency with even this public comment having to be delayed because of the immense amount in the public project documents that can't even be discussed here. So much from a project that makes great promises only if we play by their rules and jump when they say. I think I can say for many here, the feelings they feel right now for a community that has little chance to be involved in a supposedly great deal. Right now, it feels like you can't see me. This is an important thing. This affects us for the rest of our lives in this community. I've seen many in my field, primarily film, leave and use this as a stopping point for either someplace else or Denver, because they at least have jobs. And the jobs they're bringing with this is not enough to account for the damages possible. I love this place. I want to stay here. But a project like this makes me want to reconsider that possibility. Everyone here doesn't want this. I hope you guys don't push forward on this idea. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Prieto, and I appreciate you taking the time to speak with everyone here today. I'm very aware that all of you probably have very long days ahead of you. You've had a lot of work put into this, so I do appreciate your undivided attention as I come here and speak to all of you today. Admittedly, I am just here to echo the sentiments of the people who have spoken before me. I do come here today having only barely heard of Project Jupiter about a month ago. I am an avid news reader. I keep up with local events, and the fact that as someone who is very much within the community hearing about local events, it is alarming to me that this has been pushed almost past public view. The total air in which it's been handled with, I have to say, has come off as being dismissive and slightly condescending to your constituents. I don't know if that is an intended feeling that you have all projected. However, I do feel that it is something that should be brought to your attention. As many people who have come before me have said, it feels as if the constituents, the very stakeholders who live here, work here, are responsible for having elected you into the positions you stand in. We have been pushed to the side. I would also like to take this moment to ask for a point of clarity. I believe the gentleman here in the suit with the glasses earlier said that 160,000 phone calls were made to constituents to get the feeling of whether or not they approved a Project Jupiter, which resulted in 83% approval rate. I would like to know if, number one, there's a document stating the exact way in which that was carried out, how many people actually answered their phones to provide an answer for that, because I do believe that perhaps runs a risk of misrepresenting data. If, say, out of 160,000 people, 2,000 picked up, and 83% of that 2,000 out of 160,000 people who got called agreed. I would also like to know what other methods were used in detail of how Borderplex and those behind Project Jupiter actually worked to connect to the community. Was it emails, more than events? How many times did they speak to other people? I feel like as somebody who is directly affected by this, we deserve to know exactly how much effort Project Jupiter has put into speaking with us, aside from just what they put in their PowerPoints. Other than that, thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Have a good day.
Hello, everyone. My name's Travis Owens. I'm Green Party nomination, I'm seeking the Green Party nomination for president in 2028. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Green Party of New Mexico and for every resident who believes our land and water are not bargaining chips. Project Jupiter is sold as an opportunity, but we must ask, opportunity for whom? Just months ago, this was a $5 billion proposal. Now it's $165 billion. 15 times the state's budget. No transparency, no explanation, just a bigger number to dazzle us into silence. And it rests on an industrial revenue bond, a tax subsidy. Let's be clear, that means the people of Doña County are backing this with public resources. Yet, Borderplex is not local. It's not a New Mexico company. Why should we gamble our tax base on outsiders who have no stake in our long-term future? Then there's the water, the foundational life here. Data centers consume staggering amounts. Meanwhile, our Rio Grande runs dry. Santa Teresa struggles with water quality, and we are bound by compact to deliver water to Texas. No credible plan has ever been given on how this project avoids deepening a crisis already at our doorsteps. Green values demand we weigh every decision against long-term sustainability. Does it protect the land, safeguard the water, and serve the people? Project Jupiter falls on all counts. It's not development, it's displacement of resources, of trust, and our children's security. Doña Ana deserves real investment, renewable energy, resilient infrastructure, and water-conscious growth that belongs to the people, not corporations looking for subsidies. I urge this commission to reject this reckless gamble, choose transparency, choose sustainability, and choose the people. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Commissioners, Chair. My name is Vivian Fuller, and I am a resident of Santa Teresa. And so all of this, according to Project Jupiter, is very wonderful, and it's going to bring a lot to our community. But why hide it? Why not let us know as residents what's going on? Why not let us know what great project they're bringing in so we can, take a look at it and be proud that we're getting something wonderful in our area? So all of these people in this room are your constituents, and they all put you in your positions that you are in now, and trust you to make the right decisions. Don't lose that trust of your constituents. Transparency has always been the biggest issue. Why not come out and tell us what's going on? Why the community be the last ones to find out of what this project is? I am in the community every single day with community members, and I had not heard about this till about 3 weeks ago. So what's the deal? What's being hidden? A lot of the members deserve to know what is going on in our community. A data center just is a threat to us because of our water resources that have already been compromised recently. Our power grid for our growing community is needed, and the pollution that it's going to cause isn't needed either. From what the research that I have done, a lot of this pollution can't be seen with the naked eye. The only ones benefiting from this is the ones that are already millionaires to make more millions, not paying taxes to be there. So we will not fade. I have a community behind me, and whenever they try coming back, we will be here. We will be prepared and ready to take this on again. On this table, I have all the signatures. This is proof, not calls that they're saying that 83%. This is proof. These are actual signatures of your constituents saying no. I believe there's about 1,000, about 990 some. We have 4,122 letters online. And we have proof of it as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kurt Anderson. I lived just north of town near Doña, your district. I'm here, if I can find my glasses. I'm here on behalf of the Southern chapter of the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, and I'm speaking on their behalf. The Southern group of the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club opposes Project Jupiter in its present form, in its current form. It's a huge project, and the details provided have been very sparse so far. But we understand that the project would use a vast amount of energy, 700 to 900 megawatts, to be supplied by gas turbines. That would be more power output than used by all of El Paso Electric's power plants combined. The vast expansion in fossil fuel gas usage would be an environmental disaster, not just for New Mexico and West Texas, but for the world. The turbines would produce about 3 million metric tons of carbon dioxide, a major greenhouse gas, per year. Southern Doña County already has some of the worst air pollution in the nation. It's currently violating EPA's standards for ozone, and gas power plants are the largest industrial contributor to regional ozone levels. This new infrastructure would make our air quality much worse, causing premature deaths and serious health problems, particularly for children, the elderly, and other folks with respiratory problems. We are also deeply concerned about the water impacts given the long drought, 25-year drought in our area. Project Jupiter has not provided us yet any numbers regarding real water requirements over a long period, or the water that might be used for cooling towers if necessary for the generators, generate a lot of heat. A $165 billion project should be able to move mountains to protect our air, our water, and meet the urgent necessity of fighting the climate crisis. We understand the project would create significant economic benefits for our county, and we certainly aren't opposed to that, getting there. But we require a full environmental analysis before we commit to this. The project must find a way to move forward with 100% clean, renewable energy with firm commitments to serve our
Hi, I'm so happy to be here. I would like to share my piece. I'm a pre-service teacher. I hope to join the profession in 2027. That means if the current, retirement plan is valid, I will probably retire around 2060. The children of 2060 to me are not an abstract. The New Mexican children especially, they will most likely be my students. I want to remind the council that AI is inherently morally dubious, and it's one of the most oppressive forces to the minds of our youth imaginable. Worse than lead, worse than television, worse than soda, worse than anything else any human being could even imagine. This project would extend the danger that is already threatening the intellectual and mental health of our children to menace the health of their bodies and their communities. I want to remind you that all AI undertakings are, oh no. I don't think that anyone believes that they will honestly serve the people pre-existing on the land and not the population of loyal employees they aim to create. Like many others, I fear a future with AI-driven remote public school and a 5-gallon per household limit at the local Dollar General. I would like to remind you that we borrow our future from our children. This man behind me has talked about investments in our public schools, but let's not pretend that they will not use their generous gifts to push their profit agenda and reshape our schools in their own image. AI is already unraveling our institutions of learning at the larger societal level. Please do not be foolish enough to give them a stake in our vulnerable communities. $30 an hour jobs and the tax money are not intended for the families who have suffered in poverty for generations in the rural communities of New Mexico. They are intended for the people here to network, for the people in puffer vests who are shaking hands, for the ag families, for the single mother households, for the old women who garden because they cannot buy groceries. This is not a good thing. Our people need community-driven, humanistic change. Money alone cannot solve the problems of our state. We need humanistic intention, which an AA company can never, ever provide. I want to give one final reminder to the commission that this is what you will be remembered for, not your MIT degree or your restaurant or your mayoral incumbency. It will be this decision and how conscientious you are and how sensitive you are to the needs of your people. Think of your children and listen to the elders. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Vice Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ivan Aragon, and what I'm about to say is from my own experience living here in Las Cruces, Mexico for all of my life, and always calling Doña County my home. One of the primary incentives being given to Doña County is that $1 billion that we're going to receive, and we can use that to fund improvements in our water infrastructure. While that is attractive, I think there's still two obvious concerns here. The first is that the facility will still have a cap of not 20,000 gallons a day, but 60,000 gallons per day, which to my knowledge is still an accurate statement. The second concern is how do we move further with this project in good conscience with an existing precedent of these kinds of facilities decreasing the water quality and decreasing the water availability in the communities they are in. And with that is, how does the county plan to use the money that we gain from that deal in order to address that, in order to make sure that our water quality does not go down, as has been seen in other communities that have had these huge data centers built in them. From this, I want to address the financial reapings of this project, and I want to address the transparency that is very relevant to this conversation. That $1 billion from this project is 0.6% of the $165 billion that this corporation is investing in this campus. $3 billion would be 1.8% of that. I think a very wise decision would have more dealings with this corporation, because $1 billion, I think, is a almost insulting amount of money to give to our county, even though they have this gigantic amount of money. In terms of transparency, I am asking all of you that sit before me and all of you that sit before everyone in this room to be completely honest with us. One of the most shocking things I've heard during this meeting is that when it was mentioned that it is standard practice for us to sign this and go ahead with it before we even know the full scope of it, that is morally dubious. Please make the right decision.
Hello, my name is William Moreland, and I've come here to kind of represent my generation in the young voters that I've heard time and time again that need to be involved in politics. And time again, we've been discounted and ignored. The young generation here has told you, we do not want this in our county. I think you should listen to the young voters, the people who will succeed you. Because if you don't do it now, you're going to create irreversible problems that we can't afford to solve. We're at a precipice on the knife's edge, and something like this could push us over that edge and make it to where all the snowballing problems of the world, climate change, water insecurity, all of that, it could just make it worse and worse. I'm going to keep this kind of short because I know there's a lot of people. I do hope that you make the right decision today. Thank you for your time.
I'm wearing a mask because I'm in the process of getting a new mouth. So I look like Dracula's cousin that's been in a fight that he lost. But anyway, I want to tell you why I'm here today. I'm here because I love Las Cruces. I love Doña County. I love the state of New Mexico and this country. I want to tell you that my curriculum vitae is kind of ancient because I will be 90 years old in February. So I've seen a lot. I've also been an employee of Dow Jones and the Wall Street Journal. And I want to tell you that my approach to this whole process is one of an Aristotelian thinking. And that goes to probability, improbability, and probability. I'm not here to tell you how to vote. The facts will tell you how to vote. And I just want to state the facts that we can all agree upon. And if we don't, then I don't know where we're living. So the first fact is that this is a flawed program. And number one fact is that we cannot exist without water. That is a fact. The second fact is that we have been in a drought for over the last decade or even more. And I cannot tell you what a sublime experience it is to sit in my swing and listen to the pitter-patter of the rain on the canopy. We are so, water is such an important factor. So I'm getting a little Well, boy, oh boy, time goes by real fast. I should have more time. Look, there are no, it's ridiculous when you look at the figures. $300 million for a tax exemption of 30 years? It's funky. The other thing is, boy, oh boy, I tell you, aging is a trip. There's no mitigating program for all the gobbledygook that has been written, documentation.
Good morning, friends. My name is Arlene Murillo. First of all, I am so sorry for your loss, Commissioner Chaparro. Many of you know me as an elected official, community leader, campaign organizer, business owner, and nonprofit director. I also serve in several local, state, and national boards. I support growth, revenue, and new opportunities for our county and state, especially in Sunland Park. What concerns me today is how quickly this project has moved forward without input from local leaders or organizations. I've heard references to state leaders, but the voices of those who represent our local communities have not been included. Yesterday, I received calls from legislators asking how much funding our local organizations, such as the Sunland Park Chamber of Commerce, our school district, or our nonprofit, are expected to receive. At the same time, I've been told that the Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce is receiving about $1.7 million. I also heard here that the Boys and Girls Club of Las Cruces and Las Cruces Public Schools are receiving funding. While I do not know the exact amounts, the details, or who chose these groups, it's clear that the city of Sunland Park is once again left in the dark. I'm even more surprised to hear it stated that 83% of residents are in favor of this project. My question is, does that number include residents from Las Cruces as well? Because I don't feel included in that number. Because if so, that further highlights the lack of clarity and transparency in how community voices are being counted. Another important question is about hiring. Will the priority to be hire New Mexicans, or will they be focused again on Texas residents? That decision will have a major impact on whether our local communities truly benefit. Finally, if this project is approved and it ends up affecting Sunland Park in a negative way, is the commission prepared to defend us and protect us? On the other hand, if it turns out to have a positive outcome, I will be the first one to be here and thank you. I am not here to argue for or against this project. I simply ask that in the future, decisions of this scale include input from local leaders. Please call me. Especially our organizations. You guys know who I am because I know every single one of you guys. These choices impact our communities directly, and we should be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Valeria Barron. I am a local New Mexican resident, and I am also part of the population that found out about this only a month ago. I live out in the outskirts of Doña on a small farm run by two elderly property owners. I remember distinctly that they came to me distraught because over the last few months, there had been not enough rain for them to pay for irrigation. They had been relying on the rain to be able to maintain their farms, to be able to maintain the land that they had, and they couldn't pay for water to be put in between. Even then, a person like me, we are only allowed to water our gardens every specific day, especially during a heat wave such as bad as we've had this last summer. So tell me, why are we allowing an outside company, a company that, last I checked, with the meeting they had last week, had over 500 other AI centers across the country, come and restrict our water? Why are we allowing them to put limits on what we can use when we already have limits ourselves and we're struggling ourselves? Now, with being said, that meeting from last week, why are the numbers constantly changing? Last week, I was told in the meeting that they were only going to be using 15,000 liters of water per data center. Now it's changed to 60,000 gallons. Like, where are the numbers coming from? Where is that influx, and why is there no transparency? I'm a voter just as much as the rest of the people here, and yet we are not being given the same amount of information. I was told last week in that same meeting that it would be 2,500 permanent jobs, and now I'm being told that those are construction jobs that aren't permanent, and that the permanent jobs are only 750. And those permanent jobs only have an expiration date of over the next 3 years. That's incredibly mischievous, and it lacks the entire transparency needed for such a big community as Doña and Sunland Park. We need to be given the truth. Why hide pages? Why change the dates of when meetings are said, and why cancel meetings entirely? Thank you.
Hello. My name is Mark Recta. I'm a local resident of Las Cruces and Doña. Just like constituents here, I do have a lot of questions pertaining to the Project Jupiter. Some information that I was given today talk about its comparison with the data center in Los Alamos compared to Las Cruces. What I know about Los Alamos is that it is a much smaller community, with the majority of the retirement residents living in Los Alamos being federal employees. Working for said employees since 2014, I know that the minimum of a federal employee salary is $60,000. Now, for the minimum of Las Cruces and federal employee being $50,000, I don't make as much. Me and my partner, live in Doña, and we have 3 teenagers and 2 adolescents. We don't use 400 gallons of water a day. That's more upwards of like maybe 150. So I don't know, what these projection numbers are coming from. We don't own a swimming pool. We don't own a jacuzzi. So, I don't pay as much as, I can't afford as much, I guess, as these people are projecting or who they're calling. I guess the thing is as somebody who's worked for, the upper echelon of elite society and somebody who belongs to, middle lower class, I don't understand, where these numbers are being projected from, and how can I be guaranteed in the next 30 years that I can afford, water bills or electricity bills if this project is, goes to fruition. I'm not gonna waste too much of your time. It's just like everybody here, I would just like a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? Transparency when it comes to this project. And I think the more that we know, the better that we are, making these votes. But until then, I have not heard anything today that I am willing to vote in favor for. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mike Skibiak, and I apologize for my stumbling through this because I'm not prepared. But I'm pro-jobs, but I have concerns about the water and the energy usage that is going to be associated with this project. And also, as the future teacher pointed out, AI is not our friend. My understanding is that the Project Jupiter will use wastewater for the initial fill. Okay, but now they're talking about they're going to use another 50 households worth of water on an ongoing basis. All right, where is that water going to come from? Is that going to be also reclaimed wastewater? Is it going to be water from our drinkable aquifers? Is it going to come from saltwater aquifers? Where is it going to come from? If it's not going to be from some type of reclaimed water, why not? Okay, what would their power source be? It was mentioned about gas turbines, it was mentioned about nuclear. We need to know that. Because if it's going to be nuclear, what the heck are we going to do with all that waste? You know, no one has been able to get rid of nuclear waste. You just can't do it. If it's going to be gas turbine, well, guess what? That means that there's going to be more demand for New Mexico gas from Farmington and other areas up there. So that's going to increase our rates on natural gas and electricity from El Paso Electric, correct? They're installing batteries so that they can level load their power consumption, okay? We live in the perfect environment for solar panels. Why can't they commit to X% of their electricity is gonna come from solar panels and be stored in their batteries? It's insane to have just natural gas. And again, I apologize for my stumbling here. Again, they mentioned 700 jobs are going to be created. As someone pointed out, that's not going to be full-time permanent jobs. How many permanent jobs will there be created? And if it's 700, I apologize for my misunderstanding. The other thing is, why should we give any tax incentives to these guys for a $165 billion project? That just seems obscene. I'm going to relinquish my time.
And just to let you know, we do have 6 more minutes for public comment.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Jose Saldaña. I'm a resident of Sunland Park, New Mexico. I've been fighting this battle, attending with community members for a while, hearing their concerns, and I'm representing them. As an electrical engineer, I graduated from NMSU, and being on a design team, we always have to have drawings. They haven't provided physical drawings. They have not done a proposal, and they are expected, their bid, there's no bid. According to him, the guy with the glasses, oh, he took them off. He is saying that it's a predictable predictable proposal. So how are you sure if it's not gonna fail? How are we sure it's not gonna fail? And the other one is, what about bids? Was it out for a bid for the community, for other companies going out? What are you guys hiding? Who else applied for this? Who else bidded on this? What is the hurry also? What is the hurry on all this? There is no hurry. We can propose, we can move it for later until we have more information. Yeah. Look at our data centers. YouTube data centers in Memphis, they're doing all this damage to the ozone. You guys are leaving us with landfill. Landfill is bad already. The power plant right there. The Azarco, we are getting poisoned. Little by little, you guys are killing us. And what about the elderly fixed income? The fixed income they have, they can't afford this IRB bond. Help us out. They're not gonna be able to pay. If you increase taxes, property taxes, how are they gonna pay? And have you heard about an electromagnetic pulse? Electromagnetic pulse, search, Google, and do your research on that, how we are gonna be affected on blackouts. And the other one is, I guess Gloria Galmeros, she's not here. Out of all this important meeting, she can't be here, she can't show the face. She showed up at the community center asking for questions and concerns of the community. She hasn't heard none of us. She hasn't heard us. She said she opposed, she didn't second the documents that are missing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jesus Baquera, and I'm here to protest against the Jupiter thing there. I'm frustrated talking to you guys. You're working very fast to pass this thing. How about our drinking water? How come you didn't work that fast on that? Huh? You want to do this and fast. This guy is not transparent. He's missing pages, and you're good with that. And that's not correct. It starts off with we, the people. You understand that, sir? We're the ones that have the rights. Huh? We're the ones to have the right to stand up here, clap, yell, whatever, sir. It is our First Amendment right to do that. And you're taking that away from us, okay? You weren't prepared to come here and talk about this Jupiter plan. You had to go in there in closed session. Now, you could have went to closed session when this was all over, okay? But you left your people, your constituents, waiting here for you to go in there and talk amongst yourselves. That's very wrong. Now, this gentleman right here, he wants you to sign a paperwork without being transparent, and he'll tell you, oh, I'm going to be transparent once you sign where I can start building my thing. Is that right? Is that right? No, it's not. I know all of you know that it's not right to sign something that is not transparent from the first time, okay? They should have known what was missing. They caused all these problems, okay? I'm wondering, who's going to be liable for the next house that burns down in my community, and because there's no water pressure, the house burns down? Is that correct? No. I'll answer that for you all. It's not correct. I want change. It's getting to be frustrating to come in here and tell you all about the problems going on down there and you doing nothing. And this gentleman comes in here and you're working so fast that you're not worried about transparency. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, thank you for that. So it is 12:12. That was a full hour for the proponent side of this. We're going to take a 4-minute break, switch out, and we're going to do the full hour of the individuals in favor of the IRB next.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm not sure who came up with the 1 hour, and it was stated at the beginning, but we have people that have come here from all over Doña County, and this is a very important issue. People that have come here from Sunland Park, people that have come here from Sunland Park, from Doña, from Berino, La Union. I'm not certain who is represented here, but if we really want to be a commission that is transparent and is listening to these stakeholders, then I must insist, and insist very strongly, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners, that we listen to every person that is here. We have all day. It's not going to hurt anyone to listen to everyone who has something to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'll leave it up to you.
Mr.
Whatever
Chair.
you want to do.
I think that if we want to have everyone speak, I think that's fine. However, I think we should give an hour to this group, an hour to the other group, and an hour again to this first group again. So I think that way everyone gets an equal amount of time.
Okay. I'm good with that.
I think so we should move to the other group now, and then once they finish in their hour, if someone still would like to speak, you can hang around because we'll be here.
Okay. Commissioners, is that okay? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, yes.
I'm in agreement with that, but I do think that give you guys some time, a recess.
Okay, just to switch it up. Is that where we're at, Commission?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Gamero.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
Mr.
Are
Chair.
you just wanting to keep going with opposition?
And Mr. Chair, to move back and forth, I can see some merit to that. But I know, and I acknowledge, there's some people that took time off of work that have been standing in line for at least an hour towards the back. I could see the line going towards the back, and I don't know about the rest of you. I have a small business, but if I'm not there, I'm not making money.
Okay, we can continue with opposition. That's fine.
I think it should be, Mr. Chair, I still think it should be, excuse me, excuse me. Could you get control of the meeting?
Yeah.
Sir? Thank you. I still believe that, to be fair, we should hear from both groups equally, okay? And so I would suggest that we get some pro comments in here for an hour, and then you guys come up and talk all you like, because we'll be here, all right? But I don't think it's, I think it's a fair way to do it, because everybody gets a chance to say something, and we should hear from both parties. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there are a lot of people that are pro that also have been sitting here and taking off from work all day in order to be here as well.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'd support that. I think just to allow, I think there's a fairness to have both sides as everybody is here present.
Okay. Thank you, but we are gonna, excuse me. We understand yelling doesn't help anyone, especially anyone up here making a decision today. So what we're gonna do, because there's been at least 3 commissioners that have agreed to switching off the hour, we are going to go ahead and start with an hour on the in favor of the IRB side. So those that are in favor, we're gonna take 3 minutes, 4 minutes to switch it up. So we'll have these individuals, if they wanna move over to a different side of the room, or they wanna find their seat, we'll bring the individuals that were waiting for the pro side to please join us up front. We'll do an hour as well. The exact same thing, 3 minutes each. So sir, when we get back to the opposition, we'll call you all up, okay? Thank you for
Chair,
waiting.
Can we take 5 minutes instead, Mr. Chair?
Sure, take
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Chris.
Okay, everyone, if we can start finding our seats again, please.
Okay, sure. I'll stand next to the phone.
Okay, everyone, please. I don't want to get Hello?
And
Okay, hello. We're not listening. Who can whistle? Thank you. I was like, that works. Okay, everyone, thank you for bearing with us while we did the change up. If you could all find your seats. Thank you for sticking it out. What we're gonna do now is the exact same thing. Brandy, you're ready to go on the timer. We will do a full hour. It is 12:28 right now. We have the book to your left. Please come forward. We'll put 3 minutes on and we'll start it out.
All right, sounds good. All right. Hello, my name is Joseph. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a high schooler here, and I'm a high schooler here in Las Cruces, and I'm currently taking the computer science pathway. And why I'm in support of Project Jupiter is because I think that the funding, well, one, the funding can end up helping out the community reinvest into water treatment and other forms of water and help out overall the entire community. I don't like how they've ended up being vague about a lot of their claims and about a lot of things, and how it feels like we only learn about this recently. Something also why I'm in support is because of the job opportunity, because we see with inflation and just the economic environment recently that it's not viable without a high-paying job to live and support your family and such. And I have a family who lives here in Las Cruces, and I want to stay here with them. So bringing in young people to end up helping develop the community is important to a city like Las Cruces, so that we can get new businesses, new places, and generally bring in people and get better revenue. I personally believe that it would be better if we got upfront more cash, or more upfront timeline at what points we get to cash and how much cash we end up getting. But I don't believe that it's directly a poor idea to end up trying to invest in economics at our current time. I think it's necessary if we want to improve our current infrastructure and end up changing how we do things. It's not like we're going to magically poof into existence 100 million gallons of water or something. It's not going to happen like that, and we need to start somewhere. I'm not exactly in support of how they've ended up treating what I feel like they should have talked to the community and help with us make this understanding. But I do believe that this cast can change lives and help us. Thank you for having me.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Rosendo Najar, and I'm the president of Carpenters Local 1319. And I represent roughly around 1,600 carpenters in the state of New Mexico, 300 of which do have an address in Doña County, if not El Paso. The majority of my workforce in the southern part of the state has been forced to work outside of the area because there's no work just available here for them. A lot of the guys have to go to Phoenix right now, where these data centers are popping up and where work is booming, if not Texas. It is not a secret that these data centers do provide economic development. It creates a boom in economic to the areas that it happens to. We just had a testimony from the Economic Development Department for the state of New Mexico informing you that this is a smart idea, the thing to do. Look at what happened to Los Lunas and the benefits that has happened to that community, the growth that has happened to that community. the amount of work that's there, good paying jobs that provide benefits. Thanks to House Bill 6 that just passed last year, this IRB bill will now be attached to prevailing wage. Therefore, we will have great paying jobs with this project, thanks to that House bill. We need union jobs on this project. People that will be working on this project are going to be people from Santa Teresa, people from Doña County, people from Las Cruces, people from Sunland Park. The workers that are going to be working on here will be recruited from these communities because that is the purpose of projects like this. For far too long, New Mexico has stood out of the economic boom that's been happening across the country with these data centers. We've been out of the loop for far too long. We have a huge opportunity right now to get in that. Data centers are popping up in Idaho, Montana, where people would not even think that they would be happening there. We're being left out of the loop. It is a tremendous opportunity right now that we have. We owe this to our community. We want to bring our members back home. We want to open up our training center again. We had to close our training center here that we had on Las Cruces in 2018 for the lack of work. And that is not right. The Carpenters Union have been building New Mexico since 1899. We've been around before this place was a state. We want to continue to build our community with our community members. And this is a huge opportunity that we have right now. Please vote in favor of this today. We need this to go through in order to provide these jobs for our community. And just on the last point, I know, I mean, a little off the subject, but the irony that people speak in opposition and they're saying against AI, but yet they're up here with AI, getting their information and using it to use their speech. I mean, the redundancy of it, it's crazy. Maybe they educated them, you know. We spoke about how they've done a great job at saying how they're going to control the water and what's happening with them. Maybe let them know how much faster the internet speed might be, and they might be in favor of it then. All right? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Acereto. With great respect for the elected authorities of Doña Ana County and his residents, I'm here on behalf of the government of Ciudad Juárez. I'm here simply to say that Ciudad Juárez supports the actions, projects, and proposals that emerge from exercises like this one, which today puts on the table a very attractive investment and has the necessary economic support for its implementation. We are competing with the world, and a data center at this magnitude, which houses a large artificial intelligence project, is centrally as an asset that, due to its relevance, places us in a unique position due to the convenience and its capabilities. It is necessary that the aspects of the interests that may arise in this community be fully met, but we must understand that the technologies proposed by these projects are state-of-the-art and will bring greater benefits to both nations. We cannot compromise anyone's future, but neither can we overlook everyone's future. I mean everyone, because we are a region that concentrates its strength on the union of relevant actors at the strength of its institutions. Just to conclude, I want to tell that the Mayor Cruz Perez Cuellar support a project that is relevant to our region and that benefits everyone. Thank you very much.
Hi, nice to see you again. And with all respect, I'm gonna talk in Spanish because it's my language. But first, I'm gonna present. My name is Tania Maldonado. I am from Economic Development of Ciudad Juárez. In name of Cruz Perez Cuellar, this is our position. Este proyecto para nosotros es muy importante porque va a detonar la región. Este proyecto nunca hemos visto que se haya dado en esta región de Santa Teresa. Va a generar muchos empleos, va a generar mucho desarrollo para toda la región que no se ha dado en muchos años. A nosotros también nos beneficia como detonante para todo el desarrollo y toda la inversión que se va a dar tanto del lado americano como del lado mexicano. la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum ha apostado para esta región para dar también un detonante en el polo de desarrollo del bienestar económico. Es por eso que nosotros apoyamos este proyecto, porque a la par del desarrollo y el detonante que se va a generar del lado americano, al igual se generará del lado mexicano todo el empleo y el desarrollo que pueda aprovechar esta parte del desarrollo económico. Por eso nosotros apoyamos en que se haga este proyecto. La verdad es una oportunidad que no deben dejar pasar la región que está ahorita para el lado americano y para el lado mexicano. Así que apoyamos nosotros este proyecto y ya se está generando toda la publicidad del lado mexicano para que todas las universidades también apoyen y todo el empleo que se pueda generar. Nosotros estamos a favor. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, Chairman Hernandez, Commissioners. My name is Alan Downs. I would like Doña County to benefit from the economic benefits that Project Jupiter will bring to the county, but I'm concerned about the water usage of the 700 megawatts of electric generators that Project Jupiter will install to power the data center. The Memorandum of Understanding, Section 341, says Jupiter will use an average of 20,000 gallons of water per day, and they describe the usage as, quote, domestic needs of employees, unquote. We were just told that the generation will use an additional 20,000 gallons a day, and I'd like to be confident that that number is correct. But if Jupiter's generators use water at the same rate as El Paso Electric's newest gas generators that serve New Mexico, the water usage for generation could be in the ballpark of 2.5 million gallons a day. This is more than 100 times the 20,000 gallons that the Jupiter team has suggested. During the next 30 days, when you have the opportunity to go through the documents on this situation, please ensure that the 40,000 gallons per day average usage, that's 20,000 gallons for domestic, 20,000 gallons for the generation, is all-inclusive, and that a limit on water usage is legally enforceable. Thank you.
Morning. I wasn't planning on saying anything today. I showed up for this to see what was going to happen. It's been very interesting. I commend the commissioners for running a very open meeting, being thoughtful in their deliberations and so forth, and also the opposition. I appreciate their comments. It seems as though everybody's getting to say their say, which is right. And I have a couple comments I'd like to say in support of the project. I grew up in Las Cruces. I went to school here, junior high, high school, went to university here, got a very, very, very fine education at this university, could compete with anybody education worldwide, and I've worked all over the world. It's a shame, though, is I had to leave to earn a living. And it broke my heart. I was homesick for 30 years. I moved back after I retired. My children don't live here for that reason. They can't get a good job to live. My grandchildren don't live here. I came home. And I just, sometimes New Mexicans are their worst enemy. It's like, we love it here so much, we don't want anything to change. Well, not everything is great here, guys. You know, young people cannot make a decent living to support a family and grow. And so this is maybe everything about this project is not necessarily perfect. I don't know if it is. I haven't studied it at that length. But we got to do something in the right direction to just not fear the future, to manage it. And I see responsible people looking at this carefully including the opposition. I want all of those voices. I want everybody's eyes on it and make a good project and build something for the future that thinks economically can be better in this area. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak and the rest of us having a chance to speak too. I'm Chris Erickson. I'm a professor of economics at NMSU, and I'm the director of the Center for Border Economic Development. I'm here, however, to express my own opinions. I'm not representing the university or the border regions. In fact, I didn't even tell my department head I was coming today. What I have done is I and my colleagues, including Kramer Winningham at Arrowhead Center and Lucinda Vargas, who's my colleague in the Center for Border Economic Development, have done a study of the economic impact of the project based on the IRB. Now, I noticed this morning in the presentation by Mr. Romer from EED that the numbers have changed a little bit. So this is not some of the numbers in the study are a little bit off. We'll change that when we get a chance once we see the final numbers. However, the employment numbers are accurate. I don't think anything has changed with affect the employment numbers. And I'd like to tell you that based on the IRB, in the first year of construction, and we use an assumption of 3 years of construction. I've heard some people say 5. I'm not sure what the right number is. Maybe nobody knows yet. But with 3 years of construction, employment direct jobs in the first year of construction will be 2,710. Total jobs will be 4,106. By total jobs, I mean direct and indirect, as well as the direct jobs. That's the jobs from people who are working for suppliers, jobs whose jobs depend on spending by employees of the project. In the second year, it's just short of 5,000. And then 7,600 total. And in the third year, we have 3,300 jobs in the construction project, 7,500 in total, direct, indirect, and induced. And then finally, once our plant is operating, that as has been mentioned, will be something like 800 or 850 employees. I think 800 is what's actually in the IRB application. Although I think that number maybe adjust up a little bit recently. And that will generate just short of 2,000 permanent jobs in the county. Now, these jobs will be above average by the standards of the county, and approximately average for the nation. So we are talking about decent, good jobs. Some will be very well paying, some will not be as well paying. And I want to thank you for your time, and I appreciate the stress and effort you're going through right now. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just didn't get the numbers down. He was talking too fast.
Okay, do you have a copy of the numbers for Vice Chair?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You were speaking very quickly. I couldn't write that fast. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Jim Hurst. I have a question for the opposition. What part of closed-loop cooling system do you not understand? A closed-loop cooling system is the kind of system you have in your car, provided it's one of those 21st century cars that has internal combustion. You put water in your radiator. It doesn't matter how far, how fast you drive, you don't have to put more coolant into it. It's a sealed system. That's how they're going to cool the data center. So everything about water and being afraid of using up all of our water and all that stuff is just a lot of misinformation. These t-shirts you're wearing that say this data center is a threat to water are simply misinformation. And this data has been available for the last month. The opposition knows it as well as anyone, and they still keep repeating it. Ignore all the nonsense about water. This is not a threat to water. The water has been resolved by the threat to water has been resolved by a coolant system.
that doesn't use water. It doesn't evaporate water to cool the data center. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Mr. Manager, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. Commissioner, my condolences. My name is Monica Torres. I'm the Chancellor of the NMSU Community Colleges, and that includes serving as the President of Doña Community College. I have a dual statement, one from the NMSU system and then more specific information from DACC. Institutions of higher education should be resources for their communities. The statements today are made in that spirit. New Mexico State University is committed to the future of Southern New Mexico. We know that lasting prosperity comes from quality, high-wage jobs that allow families to thrive and keep talent in our region. As the state's land-grant university, we are preparing the workforce to seize these opportunities, and we bring world-class expertise in engineering, data science, energy, and environmental research to ensure growth is both innovative and sustainable. DACC's mission, as part of the NMSU system, is, of course, largely focused on workforce development. What we do is a resource for local and regional workforces. That resource includes approximately 100 certificates and 50 associate degrees that prepare students for the workforce. Certificates and degrees including construction, water, and computer technologies. In addition, DACC regularly works with business and industry to customize workforce training in short, non-credit formats to more flexibly meet the workforce needs. And finally, as you know, we have 3 locations in the southern part of the county, including Sunland Park, which is in close proximity to the proposed site. In the last 2 years, we have slowly been ramping up a plan to renovate and expand that center. DACC's mission is to be a responsive and accessible learning-centered community college that supports a diverse community of learners pursuing academic and workforce paths. Should the commission move Project Jupiter forward, DACC would, in line with its mission, help develop and support the workforce needed. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, commissioners, members of the public. My name is Cole Montgomery, and I'm a 12th grader at Centennial High School. I've been in the engineering pathway since I was in 6th grade. And just this past summer, I interned through the Doña County's program with the NMSU College of Engineering Aggie Innovation Space. I plan to study engineering when I go into college. What you decide here matters not just for today, but for the future my classmates and I will inherit. As someone who becomes eligible to vote next year, I support Project Jupiter. Turning this away may make people feel comfortable in their decisions, but to me, all that really does is say to other companies that we are not the type of community that can support their operations, that we're not built for them. There's a chance that turning this away will permanently negatively affect our economy. For my generation, this is more than an incentive vote. It's a new identity for our region. Outside of New Mexico, it feels like we are known for green chili, Breaking Bad, and the atomic bomb. And honestly, to me, it's exhausting. I want us to be known for more, and I know we can be known for more. This project and others like it can be our brand. I want to travel and for people to be jealous that I am from New Mexico. I want this to be an opportunity to reshape how New Mexico is understood. And let me say, witnessing this today, I can see the amount of passion and resilience that everyone here has. And I know that our community is built to support these type of operations. So I urge you, support Project Jupiter, and let's make it the start of our rebrand. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, commissioners, and members of the public. My name is Ulises Lopez, and I'm a senior at Centennial High School. And for the past 3 years, I've been part of the engineering pathway. In the last 2 summers, I've worked through the Doña County Summer Internship Program at the NMSU College of Aces Learning Games Lab. I'm especially interested in media, and I'm beyond excited about the ways AI will shape that industry. Going to college is important to me because I would be the first in my immediate family to do so. As someone who becomes eligible to vote next year, I'm here today to support Project Jupiter. I understand there are concerns about water, electricity, and the pace of this process. But I want to make sure you also hear from students like me, because this decision affects my generation directly. The reality is that many of my friends are already planning to leave New Mexico after graduation. They don't feel like there will be opportunities here. I don't want to have to decide between leaving my family and searching for a successful career. A project like this could change that. It offers not just hundreds of jobs now, but the potential for more jobs to follow in the future. As part of the Mexican community here in Doña County, I see every day how important jobs are to families. This project represents a chance to keep young people, like me and my friends, here at home, where we want to be, while building our futures. I ask you to think about my generation and the generations that come after us when you vote. For many of us, your decision today will help determine whether we can build our futures in New Mexico or whether we'll have to leave to find them elsewhere. Thank you.
Debbie Moore, President and CEO of the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce. Before I read my statement, you just saw 2 real reasons why the internship program works, and that we should all be grateful for. Honorable members of the Doña County Commission, on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce, we are writing to express our strong endorsement and support for Project Jupiter. Our support for this project is based on its significant potential to positively impact Doña County. It has the potential to attract advanced manufacturing and will bring a robust supplier ecosystem to our region, supporting the development of a digital campus. Project Jupiter is poised to create long-term regional growth and opportunity. It stands and it will stand as the largest private foundational investment in the history of our wonderful state. Most importantly, this project, as you've heard, will generate thousands of construction and permanent jobs, offering competitive salaries and benefits. These jobs have a multiplier effect, boosting local businesses, generating additional economic activity, and elevating the entire region. Furthermore, Project Jupiter will establish a strong pipeline of career opportunities, ensuring that current and future generations of our best and brightest can build their futures right here in Doña County. As community and business leaders committed to economic progress, we support these initiatives that drive long-term growth, broaden economic opportunity, and enhance the well-being of the people of Doña County. Respectively submitted, Rico Gonzalez, 2025 Chair of the Board of Directors, Kevin Murphy, 2026 Chair, Board of the Directors. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Davin Lopez. I'm President and CEO of Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance. And on behalf of our organization and our Board of Directors, we fully support Project Jupiter. As a longtime economic developer, I believe this project represents one of the most responsible and impactful opportunities that our region has ever seen. First, Project Jupiter will bring significant new revenues to our community through the responsible use of IRBs that you've heard about today, which has been a proven tool for industry attraction that we have utilized on dozens of occasions. This project is committing well over $300 million in new revenue. And this is on land that is currently unproductive today. Second, the company has demonstrated a strong commitment to addressing water concerns. By using a closed-loop system, the facility will use approximately 20,000 gallons per day, far less than most projects we typically see. In addition, the company is pledging $50 million in investment to strengthen our drinking water system, a significant contribution that will serve our community long into the future. My concern today is the precedent we would set if this project were rejected on the basis of such a modest level of water use. Doing so would likely discourage even mid-sized manufacturers and other companies to consider Doña County for their future operations, many of whom require at least this amount of water, if not more, and could effectively close the door on future economic growth in our region. Finally, and perhaps most important, Project Jupiter is going to create real job opportunities for our residents. 750 permanent jobs and 2,500 construction jobs over its 2 to 3 year period of growth. You've heard this today. For far too long, we've heard that our children must leave the region and even the state to find meaningful careers. This project is a chance to change that trajectory by keeping talent and opportunity here at home. As an economic developer who's been doing this for 20 years in Doña County, I've seen thousands of projects. And believe this to be true, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for us. So we encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Distinguished panel, my name is J.C. Cruz. I'm a member of the Labor's Union, and I'm here just to express my sentiments on this project. On all my career, I travel literally every single month, every single year out of the state just to get a better livelihood. Now that I'm the representative for the Labor's Union members here in Doña Ana, Las Cruces, on behalf of them, I just want to express that I would like to see all these people, local people, to give them the opportunity to enjoy their families every single day. So I'm in favor of this project. Your consideration will be greatly appreciated. Thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Daryl Diaguero. I'm the business manager for the Labor's Union, Local 16. We represent laborers in construction across the state of New Mexico, West Texas, and the Navajo Nation. We are in strong support of this project for a number of reasons. I think aside from the economic impact that this is going to have, it's going to be a huge positive economic impact for residents of this area. Issues that we've seen for our members have been having to leave the area to work either out of town or out of state to be able to afford to live in Doña Ana and surrounding areas. We'd like to be able to bring those folks back here. I can't express to you how much projects of this magnitude impact folks in our industry. We've had a lot of people reference the Los Lunes data center. And I can honestly tell you, with that data center, we've been able to take day one apprentices from their first hour to becoming journeymen. We've taken folks that have worked 2/3 of their career to actual retirement. Projects like this have huge impacts for residents of the local areas. I would urge you to please pass this. You have an opportunity to create something incredible for folks of this area, and we would love to continue that partnership with all the community out here, so thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Terry Ann Morrison. I am a 5th generation New Mexican. We are agriculture. I come from a farming family, very proud of our state, very proud to be an MSU graduate as well. I do have to say I've owned various small businesses in New Mexico and feel like after 30 years of committing myself to business in New Mexico, I feel like I am a dedicated community member. I appreciate the concerns and share in a commitment to ensuring that any project in our community is pursued with transparency, fairness, and long-term responsibility. That said, we must also weigh the broader reality. New Mexico has fallen behind in attracting sustainable, future-oriented industries. At some point, we have to grow up as a state and accept that if we want to survive, let alone thrive, we cannot afford to turn away every opportunity because it's not perfectly presented or because the process feels uncomfortable. This project, unlike many others, comes with significant advantages. The applicants are paying up front, building their own infrastructure, giving back to our community, and leaving taxpayers with very little cost exposure. Few projects arrive with such a structure. Most communities are begging for opportunities like this. We're fortunate to even be considered. The idea of leaving this project on the table because it's imperfect in process ignores the urgent truth. New Mexico needs a win. We cannot continue to push away industry, then wonder why our children leave the state for better opportunities. Along with transparency and accountability, we must be pragmatic. Rejecting this opportunity risks sending a message that we are not serious about economic growth, not serious about attracting innovation, and not serious about charting a new course for our state. The choice isn't between perfection and disaster. It's between stagnation and forward motion. If we keep waiting for the perfect suitor, we may wait forever. This is the time to engage constructively, hold the applicants accountable where needed, but ultimately recognize that projects like this are part of how we secure our future. New Mexico needs to show we are ready to compete, not retreat. In times, we show that we care, and it's time that we show we care about New Mexico and our community to take bold, positive steps forward, rather than continuing to fall further behind. The responsibility to shape a better future rests with us. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, I think. Chairman Hernandez, Commissioners, it's an honor to be here today. My name is Brian Condit. I'm Executive Director of the New Mexico Building and Construction Trades Council. I, by trade and training, was an electrician for many years. As you can see, I'm too old for that. We represent the 15 construction crafts that envelope the construction industries: electricians, ironworkers, boilermakers, painters, laborers. Thanks for bringing all my friends together on this important vote you're having today. I'm here to talk about the opportunities that we see in this. No economic development worth its salt is not going to have some level of controversy. As we view this and have watched it progress forward, we see a partnership and a teamwork coming together between the county staffs, the community, and the rest of New Mexico. Especially poignant is the fact that this is one of the highest unemployment regions in the state of New Mexico. It is a little perplexing to us that the opponents of this project would disregard the opportunities that a project like this provides. We, for the most part, have built a meta project in Las Lunas, Intel. We've seen the benefits and the community projects or the community growth in areas that use industrial revenue bonds as a tool to create opportunities for the people that have been speaking about their children leaving. I'll tell you an important point to the industrial revenue bond, and it was alluded to earlier. The legislature and the governor saw fit to pass and sign a law that requires the payment of the Public Works Minimum Wage Act. So we're not going to be having wages that are far, far below the poverty level, which many of us in some of our communities have to live with. These are solid, well-paying construction projects. The last thing I'd like to talk about is the apprenticeship opportunities. The project is scheduled to be 5, 6, 7, 8 years. In reality, that will span for years and years and years. In 1980, when Intel was at 15,000 people, it's now well over 100,000 people. We have had construction people on that side from the beginning of it all the way to the end of it. So if it's never really complete, because you'll see modifications, renovations, improvements in water and energy across the board. So it has never been my experience that we see a meaningful economic development.
Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much. My name is Preciano Matthew Gonzalez. I am the business manager of the Heat and Frost Insulators. I represent over 250 active and retired members throughout Southern Colorado, all New Mexico, and El Paso, Texas. I'm also the vice president in Mexico Building Trades. I am here today to tell you a story about myself. Back in 1984, I was sentenced to prison in here in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Like most children without opportunity, it creates chaos. And where there's chaos, crime-ridden thrives. We can build prisons or we can build data centers, but if there's opportunity for your children, opportunity for people to come out of the poverty, this will change their lives. 36 years later, I am here today to tell you, apprenticeship changed my life. Apprenticeship, opportunity where people came together, gave me mentorship, showed me pride and how to act and how to behave. It changed my life. It changed my family's life. I want to tell you, you can change a lot of people's lives. We're talking 2,500 construction jobs. There's going to be over 600 new apprentices we're going to be pulling from this community to man this project. This is a huge opportunity for your area. We want to make sure that we're involved. We're here. We wanted you to know that we want to train your children. We want to make sure that they get those good paying jobs that have benefits, and we want you to be able to sign on to this. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Casillas. I'm the Executive Director of Mycelia Foundation, a Las Cruces-based nonprofit and Microsoft TechSpark fellow organization. Over the past 3 years, we've provided free and low-cost internet to 150 underserved households and trained hundreds of parents in digital skills, including AI, here in Doña County. We're currently connecting an additional 650 student households, and by the end of 2026, we'll have connected 800 underserved households with free and low-cost broadband across southern New Mexico. We're also installing Wi-Fi in public parks to expand community access. The digital divide is real in our region. Many rural families lack reliable internet, limiting their children's educational prospects and their ability to participate in our digital economy. Project Jupiter represents more than infrastructure. It's a catalyst for regional technology development. Having advanced data center infrastructure nearby creates pathways for organizations like ours to expand our mission. Better connectivity options, workforce development partnerships, and the kind of high-tech ecosystems that our young people here instead of leaving for opportunities elsewhere. At recent community meetings, Project Jupiter leadership expressed genuine interest in partnering with local organizations. This isn't just about jobs, it's about building a foundation for long-term digital equity and economic development in southern New Mexico. I encourage you to vote yes on the IRB. This is an opportunity to position our region at the forefront of the digital future. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Lyles. I'm a principal consultant with Trinity Consultants. We're the firm assisting Project Jupiter with their microgrid power generation air permit applications. I have an MS degree in atmospheric science with a specialty in climate. I've been doing air quality permitting, dispersion modeling, and compliance auditing for over 35 years for a variety of industries, mostly in New Mexico, Texas, and Colorado throughout the Rockies. And I understand that projects like this raise big questions. We've been talking about water mostly, but I thought I'd spend a couple minutes here on air. So Trinity's role is to be an unbiased consultant and advisor to ensure that the air permit application is clear and technically sound and fully compliant with New Mexico Environmental Department requirements. One of our responsibilities is also to advise clients on how to reduce emissions and meet regulatory requirements. What's notable here is that Project Jupiter has gone up beyond what's typically required. And they've been communicative the whole way. They've been forthright. They've been responsive to our recommendations. They've gone above and beyond on the types of controls that they're implementing without us having to recommend it. For example, they're installing selective catalytic reduction, SCR, to cut nitrogen oxide emissions by about 90%, installing oxidation catalysts to reduce carbon monoxide and formaldehyde by roughly 88%. And the microgrid will utilize, as we've heard, simple cycle gas turbines, which are very water efficient and energy efficient. So to put that in perspective, by the way, is a typical combined cycle plant would use up to 300 gallons of water per megawatt hour, 1,100 gallons per megawatt hour of coal plants. So it's a very efficient process. They're also installing continuous emissions monitoring systems to continually track the emissions of NOx and CO. So there'll be full accountability on an ongoing basis with the NMED. And all of that, I can say firsthand, is a very expensive commitment to air quality compliance. And as far as the NMED goes, they're going to do a thorough technical and regulatory review of this application, including air dispersion modeling. We've done preliminary air dispersion modeling on this application, on this process, and is well below the ambient air quality standards presently, so well below the standards. So no risk when it comes to the EPA criteria pollutants that are regulated by the NMED. So all that's good. So as Borderplex, wrapping thought here very quickly, as Borderplex works towards carbon neutrality, this initial step, and again, I'm unbiased, I'm a neutral party here, I'm just a consultant, but this initial step makes a lot of sense using simple cycle gas turbines to get us to the next step here of net zero by 2045. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. There's the handout.
Do you have, the vice chair is asking if you have that data available to her?
It will be available as part of the air permit application submitted to the NMED.
Okay.
Very good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mary, and first of all, I want to make sure everyone knows I'm affiliated with all kinds of groups in town, but you know, I'm here for me. I am a retired computer engineer, and also I spent my second part of my career as a vocational teacher in a program that helped place students in the next future in the networking arena. I want to make a comment about the transparency and the mistrust of government. Let's get over this now. I don't know too many people, based on the politics of what's happened in the last election, few election cycles, that totally and completely trust you as a politician. I have my issues too. Now, I also know I live in a blue state. And that being said means if you lean on the, we'll say lean to the blue side, I'm going to trust you a little more than maybe if you lean to the other side. I'm going to give you that. Now, I'm saying this because I believe you should be our oversight committee for this project, and I'm going to trust that you will do that. I know we've got some engineering mentality people here and some good business background people on our commission. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is bring up the water issue. Everybody's talking about 10s and 20s and 20,000 gallons of water here and there. What I want to know is I've watched for the last 40 years, why is nothing being done about the Wickle Valley, the Mesilla Valley Bolson that we are standing on right now? There is tons of water that we do not access, and we need to. And I'm not sure, I believe it's down to the county that will make that project come true. I know that it's an expensive process to create a desalinization system. I also believe it's going to be corporate partners that helps us, because I don't think we're going to get a check from Washington anytime soon to take care of our infrastructure or anything else. Now, that being said, my calculations based on my math background, I'm trying to figure it out. I've come up with about 211 billion gallons of possible potable, good drinkable water coming from that Bolson area. It's a big amount. We're talking a long-term project. I also know a desalinization unit is currently in El Paso. If you haven't seen one, go visit. They have tours. It's a magical place where we extract water, we clean it, we put it in the pipes and send it to my kitchen sink. I know that we've had some issues with the Sunland Park and Santa Teresa in the last few years due to some problems. That's an expensive fix. I want to thank the company called Stack Infrastructure that's actually the company that will be building our part of this build project. They put out a public service announcement 2 days ago telling us that they want to contribute a $50 million sum to help make that.
Mary. Hello, Mary. Talk to Stephen Lopez. Yeah.
Chair, is his mic on?
Hello, I'll stand closer. Commissioners, Mr. Chair, Mr. Manager, Mr. Chaparro, sorry for your loss. My name is Royal Jones. I'm a lifelong member of this, or lifelong person who's lived in this area. I grew up 30 miles south of here. I have business in Sunland, I have business in Santa Teresa, I have business in Vado, Barino, and many businesses in Las Cruces. I'm one of the largest employers in New Mexico or Doña County and El Paso County. I want to correct a couple of things that I heard today about Borderplex being biased. Borderplex is actually, I joined the Borderplex years ago because I realized that as us, the small guys from Doña County, we have a chance to be with El Paso and Juarez, many more people than we have, and they give us an equal vote. They bring businesses all the time to this area, and we reject them somehow. I don't know who we are, whether it's the county or the city or whoever, but I will tell you also the leader of the Borderplex, I'm goofy because I'm hungry. I get stupid when I get low blood sugar. But anyway, John Barella, who runs that, is from here. He grew up in Mesilla. He's all about New Mexico and Doña County. He gets so frustrated whenever they bring these businesses, and then somehow we lose them to Texas or to some other state. Sorry, losing. Told you I get goofy when I'm hungry. So businesses up here, which we need. I'm also a member of the Chamber of Commerce here. And just to correct that, there has been no money given to the Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce, not $1.7 million, no, not anything. Thank you. Sweet. She knows I need something. Anyway, so that's another thing that, and everybody has their own ideas. I really feel for you guys. We did elect you. This is a tough thing for you guys to do, and we trust that you're gonna do the right thing. But the right thing for this community is more jobs, we can't continue to be last in everything. In New Mexico, we are last at everything. We gotta be first, we need jobs. I talked to 2 different mothers here while waiting in line. They're so sad because as their kids graduate from New Mexico State, they're not gonna stay here. There's no place that they think they can get a job. So I could continue all day, especially if I wasn't so hungry. But water. We know that the problem with water, as you know, I've helped all you guys with bringing pumps in to get the well in Santa Teresa working on the weekend, helping you move water on a weekend to get to the people that had no water. But that is a problem with CRUA, which you guys control. And I would say, make this Jupiter donate to CRUA. Make them help you. That you just need, all you need is money. And apparently we're gonna have money. We're gonna create all this money. That's one thing you could insist that they do. But when it comes to water, I have a biofuel plant in West El Paso.
Chairman, Mr. Commissioners, I'm honored to be here. Thank you. I'm Alan Russell. I'm a business owner in Santa Teresa and been involved in Santa Teresa, the border crossing in that area for a number of years, totaling about 40. I grew up on a small family farm, and by culture, that means I'm somewhat an environmentalist. We care about our community, our farmland, and I've been passionate about keeping big industry out of our valley where the farmland is prevalent, and that industry should be focused up in the vacant land on the plateau, which this finally we are seeing. Bear in mind, I've known the individual that owns this large piece of land in Doña County, all the way from Santa Teresa down to the border for many years. And finally, this is the opportunity for there to be an anchor tenant like in a shopping center. You put in a big Dillage store and all the others come. This has a chance, not just this project, but all of these other opportunities are going to come because this is here. Big industry, we should be careful. We should make sure we hold them accountable. I personally have dug into the backgrounds of the people who are responsible for this project. I've talked to them, I've vetted them, and I will tell you, after getting to know them through this process, I'm happy to invite them into my home anytime and spend time with her. They're credible, they're honest people, and they're gonna do the right thing. A little drift here, there's a global shift occurring because of the geopolitical elements in our world. And that deals with China, the Pacific Rim, with Northern Europe, and all of that is pushing industry into North America to service the largest free market in the world, which is the United States. We here in Santa Teresa, Doña County, have a geographic advantage over any other place. We've got a port, we've got a rail yard, we've got geographic advantage, and we can attract this business, clean business, and leverage off of this opportunity. It's the day in the sun for Doña County. Let's not miss the chance to seize the moment. Bless you all. Thank you for your time. Let me say one more thing. There was a room.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Uriel Apodaca, and I represent the painters and allied trades across New Mexico. We're talking about painters, drywall finishers, glazers, floor layers, and allied trades who are ready to work. I'm here because Project Jupiter is not just another project. It's a once-in-a-generation chance for New Mexico. Thousands of good-paying jobs, billions in investment, and the chance to grow our economy in ways we have talked about for years are on the line. Across the country, hundreds of data centers are being built, states are competing for them, and most are saying yes. If New Mexico says no, these opportunities won't vanish. They will go straight to Arizona, Texas, or Colorado, and we will be left watching from the sidelines while our neighbors take the jobs, the growth, and the future that should have been ours. We cannot afford to let that happen. Saying no means turning our backs on workers who need jobs, families who need stability, and young people who want a reason to stay in New Mexico instead of leaving. This is our moment to prove that New Mexico is open for business, ready to grow and ready to compete. Rejecting this project would be a mistake our communities will pay for decades. And I hear a lot of people here say that there's students and the communities are leaving, but what about those people that cannot afford to leave? What about those people that stay, right? What do? There's people that don't want to go to college. We often see it in the news. Juvenile crime is out of control. We're one of the last in education. What opportunities are we providing for these kids that don't want to go to college? I think this is the answer, and I really encourage you to support this project. I was a troubled kid out of high school. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I didn't want to go to college, and I was fortunate to work at Meta. I worked there for 5 years. I was able to purchase my home. I got married. I was able to support my wife, my kids, and there's a lot of people out here in this community that needs that opportunity. And I think we need to look out for them. Thank you.
And you will be the last speaker for the hour for pro, and then we'll do it all over again. So go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, commission members, thank you very much. My name is Tom Clay. I'm a resident of Doña County. I live here. I'm representing myself. And I'm representing my own thoughts and opinions. I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a hobby farmer, and in addition to all that, I'm a mechanical engineer. I didn't go to New Mexico State University, please don't hold that against me, but I've built facilities like this. I've been in commercial and industrial construction for over 15 years. I've designed these facilities, I've built these facilities. The design intent that's represented in the MOU represents what I would call best-in-class sustainability. The targets that are mentioned here, I believe, represent an opportunity for us to grow sustainably and responsibly. And as a father and as a member of this community, I love to see the economic impact and the positive economic impact that can come from a facility like this. So with that being said, I fully support the IRB. And with where we live in the world today and with all of the confusion and misinformation out there, I'm an informed community member. I'd invite anybody who wants to come and speak with me, and I'd love to share the knowledge that I have and be an opportunity to educate people who maybe don't understand or maybe don't have the training and experience that I have had. And so with that being said, I'd really love any of you who have questions to come and speak with me because I've seen it firsthand. And I do believe that the intent of this MOU and that it will be delivered upon will be a responsible and sustainable project for us for now and for many, many years to come. Thank you.
Okay, we will.
Can I exercise my First Amendment right to speak?
Sir, okay, thank you so much, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. So what we're gonna do, sir, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but we are gonna do the next group for the cons. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir. Thank you, sir. So we're going to start with the next group that are in opposition to the IRB. Once again, we're going to do 3 minutes on the clock each. If you can please come up. We're going to start here in a moment. These are for people that have not spoken. If you have spoken. Yes, sir. No, sir. Sir, we've done, for anyone that has spoken for their 3 minutes, you're not going to speak again on this topic. So please just join us in front. Ma'am, you're up. Welcome.
Hello.
Oh, I apologize. I am so sorry. Vice Chair is asking for a couple minutes. I apologize. Okay, everyone, if you can take your seats, please, and lower your voices, we will continue on. Okay, so ma'am, are you ready? Sir, are you okay with her going? I know that you were next to the line. You're good? Okay. So once again, we have Brandy ready. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Irene Rodriguez. I'm a resident from Sunland Park. I was born there, I was raised there, and I still live there. I'm 64 years old, so that means I've been there 64 years old. I've seen a lot of stuff going on, but not as what I'm seeing right now with the arsenic water, with the Kura, the city. It's a chaos. And right now, I was hearing you guys, and you know what? I said, enough is enough. We residents from Southern Park, Santa Teresa, are tired of seeing all this chaos going on. Really, please don't take advantage of us. I heard the pros and cons. I'm listening to the pros here that they want. They want him so much. Bring him to Las Cruces. It's a big city. Southern Park is barely growing. Please, we don't know the outcomes from there. Please, don't take the Southern Park City Council footsteps. They knew the water was bad and they renewed the contract, knowing that the water was poisoning for us. So please, don't take those footsteps. Don't copy them. Please, and thank you for standing up right now. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ready? Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for listening to me. And I just have a quick comment. I heard from well, first of all, my name is Lorenzo Villescas from Sunland Park. And I'd like to comment on the president of the Carpenters Union that said that there were going to be a lot of jobs. Well, there are going to be. But once the project is completed, the jobs are going to disappear. And I'd like to make a comment. When the I-10 project was being built in El Paso, the company that was doing it was based in Phoenix. And guess what? Most of the workers were from Phoenix. The only one from El Paso were the guys that were the guards in the afternoon, in the night guards. So there is no guarantee that the jobs are going to come to right here. And the students that said that they have plenty to go to university, well, that's great, but how do we know that the data center is going to hire local graduates from our universities? How do we know that they're not going to bring their own people from another places? They have companies, and I'd like for them to think on that. And I would like to remind all of you commissioners that you are going to be up for re-election, and people are going to be reminded of how you voted today. So please consider your vote. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Susana Chaparro for her support. Thank you very much. And thank you for hearing me.
Hi, good afternoon. Lorraine Urquidi, and I'm a community activist and putting efforts in restorative efforts in the city of Sunland Park. We're trying to beautify the space, we're trying to create new green spaces, and we're trying to clean the water. I just would like for you guys to envision what would occur down the line if a mother is trying to get their child ready for school, opens up the faucet to make a meal, and there isn't any water coming out of the faucet, just like what's happening with our friends in Central Texas. There was a Meta data center that was placed near a family that owned a farm for many years, and it since became viral on Instagram. So when this topic came about, that's what I envisioned. Someone getting ready for work or getting ready to go to school, and not being able to take a bath. At this point in those areas, we're already seeing outages. Someone that has not lived or advocated among the community would not know this information unless they were directly advocating for that particular community. Also, other research shows that these people that hire talent from data centers usually look elsewhere, maybe even transporting from other countries. And that's something that even Trump has brought about, and J.D. Vance in recent reports. So I just want to you guys to envision the aspects or the effects that will happen in the future. And I would like a moment of silence for those who have passed away through the water poisoning of the arsenic, and many who have died from cancer in that particular region. We've already been hit hard. We're trying to come back resilient and restore the community, not tear it apart. Let's keep our families together, and a moment of silence for those who can't stand up and be here today. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a great evening.
Good afternoon, Chairmans. My name is Mayra Munoz. I'm a community health worker. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Sunland Park and Santa Teresa communities. They talk about a lot of money, but what about the environment? We work closely with the community, conducting surveys to find out what their needs are. What we have here from the majority of the community is that mainly need clean water, hospitals, and better roads, not a data center. The community is concerned about the damage this data center will cause. It's shameful that people have to travel 30, 40 miles to get to a hospital or see a specialist, but they will have a data center right around the corner that will only cause damage and environment pollution. I'm sorry. We ask you please to think about what is really beneficial for the community, not just for a few people. Please vote no for Project Jupiter. And I apologize for contradicting Mr. Lennon, but it's a lie that the 83% of the community he mentioned is in a favor. And that's proof by the service we conduct by speaking directly with the community, house by house, door by door. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners and Chair. Vice Chair Chaparro, I'm very sorry for your loss. In Zuni tradition in northern New Mexico, they say when it rains, that an ancestor has passed to the other side. So when I woke up this morning and saw rain and heard the news today, I thought of your father, and I'm very sorry. And may he rest in peace. My name is Esperanza, and I went to the Project Jupiter community meetings with an earnest intention to learn and receive information. I asked Stack's expert on water, specifically about the closed loop cooling system at the meeting in Sunland Park. And I asked if the system would need to be refilled and what chemicals it would need to be treated with. He reinterpreted my question by simply stating that no chemicals would be released into the environment, and the only chemical he named was chlorine. This did not answer either of my questions. These meetings were more akin to a propaganda event than they were an earnest effort to dialogue with Doña Ana County residents. The EDD presentation we heard earlier did not take into account water that would be needed for the construction of this, and it didn't take into account water that would be needed to start this fossil fuel extraction site. Let's stop calling it a microgrid. It's a fossil fuel extraction site. those numbers haven't been provided to the public either. I'm also curious about how much money we'd get without the IRB in tax revenue. So I'm curious, I want to learn, I want to have this information, and I'm participating in an earnest effort to do that. I'm also deeply concerned about the democracy here. When I learned that Jennifer Bradfute, the lead, I guess, moderator at these community meetings, was also part of the Water Access Treatment Alliance, I became extremely concerned. Why is an ExxonMobil attorney leading these public community meetings? Water, which Bradfute is also a part of, recently petitioned the Water Quality Control Commission to revise its previous regulation prohibiting the reuse or discharge of wastewater. The way I see it, Project Jupiter benefits from this compromised vote in terms of sourcing its water. If Project Jupiter relies on a weakened democracy of the Water Quality Control Commission, then where does the Doña County Commission stand as an independent governing body? Can we trust your impartial vote today? To the public, I believe our true wealth as a community is clean air and water. The land isn't vacant. You just don't care about the land that already exists there. The very life that sustains us. Water is life.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rosa Ramírez. El día de hoy voy a hablar en español porque también noto que la mayoría de las personas que representan a Sunland Park son gente de habla hispana. Y la razón por la que lo hago el día de hoy es para decir no al programa de Jupiter. No porque no han mencionado qué tipo de consecuencias traerá a futuro. Y recuerden, no solamente serán para ellos, también para futuras familias que pueden incluir las suyas mismas. Si se ponen a pensar, nos estamos moviendo de lado a lado y cualquier problema de radiación que llegue a ser causa de cáncer no solo será para la pequeña ciudad de Sunland Park. Esto puede traer consecuencias a futuro que van a ser permanentes y drásticas. También va a ser un problema en lo económico porque después tendrán que tener ahí más centros hospitalarios para tratar a esas personas con problemas de salud. No solamente cáncer, problemas de la piel. Pueden tener muchos problemas, incluyendo diarreas, alergias. Vienen muchas cosas con eso. No solamente es decir, vamos a tomar ese dinero, es fácil, suena brillante. Pero el día de mañana nos puede pesar a todos. No se les olvide, el dinero es un recurso, pero la vida contra el dinero, no hay manera de reponer esa vida, no importa cuánto dinero. Ha habido millonarios que quisieran tener la salud que algunos de nosotros en este momento tenemos, aunque no tenemos nada, aunque no poseemos ni una mínima décima de lo que ellos tienen. Pero serían felices siendo realmente saludables. Yo les propongo que nos ayuden, que lo comprendan. Esto va a traer consecuencias. Recuerden, lo que pueda fallar hoy, se van a recordar de mí el día de mañana. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Phil Simpson, and I'm a retired engineer and resident of Las Cruces. I have degrees in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and economics. I have been intervening and testifying in El Paso Electric cases before the Public Regulation Commission since 2017. The greatest impact on the community will come from the carbon dioxide emitted by the natural gas power plant required to run this facility, not from the data center itself. The smallest number I've heard for the gas plant is 700 megawatts. That size would emit over 2.7 million metric tons of carbon dioxide per year, which is more than El Paso Electric emits from New Mexico and Texas.
It's more than 3 times as much as Las Cruces emits from all sources, including transportation, buildings, and industry. The planned future build-out of up to 7 gigawatts of natural gas capacity would multiply that greenhouse gas impact by 10. So how do we balance the economic benefit of this project versus the environmental harm it will cause? The EPA publishes a number for conducting cost-benefit analysis of policies that affect greenhouse gas emissions. And for carbon dioxide, that number is $130 per metric ton. Over 10 years, the environmental harm works out to be over $10 billion, almost 30 times as much as the $360 million the county would receive. And that is just for the smaller initial 700 megawatt gas plant. The project has made vague statements about renewable energy in the future, but the county needs to insist on real commitments to solar, wind, or geothermal energy before approving this environmentally disastrous plan. So how might we quantify that commitment? How would we put it in writing? I believe the easiest way to do that is to, in addition to providing transparency about the water use and pollution emitted by the plant, they must satisfy the Energy Transition Act percentages, commit to comply with 50% zero carbon energy by 2030, 80% by 2040, 100% by 2045 without using the new loopholes that define gas energy for a microgrid as zero carbon. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nisha Matsunovich. I'm Las Cruces resident. I'm kind of confused because I feel like we're here, you all are here because we voted you to be here. We approve of you to be here, and you have received overwhelming information from the public that we do not approve with this. And in fact, you are choosing to side with millionaires and billionaires who are coming into our community, and you're acting like temporarily embarrassed millionaires, as if you can relate to them, as if they see you as equals. They will never see our community as one of them. We don't have anything to do with them, and that's why they build these establishments in poor communities like ours. So I want you to know that you are here to represent us, and I know an overwhelming amount of people have told you, no, we do not want this. We flyered an event at First Friday Fine Arts Flea Market 2 Fridays ago. I spoke with hundreds of people that night. 50% of them didn't even know that this was happening. The other 50%, 100% were in disapproval of this program, of the AI Center. You all took out a full-page newsletter. How do we make, what does Doña want to feel healthy? We want your input. We want you guys to message us, and down here you solicit for information. This is what matters. The nation's leading scientific advisory board, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, issued a report this week concluding that carbon dioxide, methane, other plant warming greenhouse gases are threatening human health. Project Jupiter is proposing to emit 2 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent, 2 million metric tons, more than El Paso electric emissions for all of Texas and New Mexico in 2024. Over 3 times as much as the 859,000 metric tons CO2 emitted in 2023 from Las Cruces. So we're asking to build a project that's going to double the amount of pollution that this area creates. How does that make sense to anybody? The health impacts, because you care, the health impacts of climate change include mental health, nutrition, immune health, antimicrobial resistance, kidney disease, and negative pregnancy-related outcomes. Groups such as older adults, people with pre-existing health conditions or multiple chronic diseases, and outdoor workers are disproportionately susceptible to climate-associated health effects. The risk, you all are talking about wanting economic jobs, the risks that your grandchildren are gonna face within the first 5 years of COPD and asthma increase by 30%. You want your grandkids to be sick and have asthma just for a job that's gonna last for 3 years. This is a long-term legacy you will leave Doña Ana County if you approve Project Jupiter.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and the public, thank you all for being here. Before I begin, Madam Vice Chair, I just want to offer you my condolences. I'm keeping you in my thoughts. My name is Josh Wood. My name is Josh Wood, and I'm the Director of Governmental Affairs for ASNMSU, which is the student government at New Mexico State University. I was sent here on behalf of Student Body President Z to fulfill my duties and responsibilities as the liaison between the NMSU student body, between the city, county, state, and federal officials. We're seeing a huge increase in NMSU student participation in county politics, specifically in the long term, and that's great. Earlier this week on Tuesday, we had National Voter Registration Day, and we had over 100 students register to vote. That's amazing. Classically, college students are looked at as transient, meaning they stay here for 4 years and then they leave. But as you can see in this room today, also outside, a lot of our students care about the long-term effects in the county. We ask you to pay attention to the voices of our students, both for and against this project. In the years that I've spent here at New Mexico State University, I've not seen this much outpouring of opinions from the student body, which is a good sign. I think this is a good sign for the state of the democracy in the county and on campus at New Mexico State. Finally, ASNMSU, we'd like to encourage all NMSU students to respectfully express their opinions, as that is the cornerstone of our political process. Let this statement serve as a reminder that your voice and your lives matter. And go Aggies. Thank you.
Joshua, what's your last name?
Wood.
I'm sorry?
Wood, W-O-O-D.
Thank you. Yeah, you didn't say that. That's why.
Sorry, Josh Wood. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you so much for taking the time, and I really appreciate you also taking the additional opportunity to hear everybody out equally. There are a lot of people that came here from far away, and especially from the Santa Teresa, Sunland Park area, which is the most going to be the most affected by this. Vice Chair, my sympathies to you. I also lost my father, so my heart goes out to you. First, I just wanted to remind you all that New Mexico, which I'm sure you already know, has the smallest land-to-water ratio out of all 50 states. So the fact that we're even bringing this project to New Mexico is kind of silly. I know Borderplex is always going to continue to bring projects to that area, but the fact that they're bringing this project specifically is what gives us the most concern. I ask you to please consider the amount of water use. I know that they've made it sound like reasonable numbers. I'm a field ecologist, and I got to see firsthand the effects of the border wall being built in Arizona. They built wells and they pulled up water to mix the concrete for the border wall. Just that alone dropped the water table in Arizona and depleted natural springs around the area on either side of the border, putting both of those sides of the border communities at risk. Because of this, I can absolutely see that happening to our state as well. I think as far as all the economic, like the jobs and all the growth, that's all gonna happen in El Paso County. Like, we all know that. That's not gonna be in Doña County. They may be giving money to us, but all that job growth, all that economic growth, that's gonna go to El Paso. Let's be honest about that. The other thing I wanted to mention is valley fever. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but that's something that's a fungal spore that's usually erupted out from dirt, usually during construction and things like that. When they do construction, this is why they actually have to pour water on top of that dust to kind of keep that dust level. So you're considering water usage, the amount of water they're already using, plus the amount of the water that they're gonna use for construction. And then even before that, the amount of water that they're using just to lay the dirt down so that they can start constructing. All of these things are detrimental to the area, detrimental to our water supply. I urge each and every one of you, please, this is a very, very important thing that you guys are voting on. I ask you to please see the importance of that because we all vote. And we're hoping that we can either praise and rise up our commissioners that stand behind us or vote the other ones that don't out. So I ask that you please consider your decisions today. Don't take this lightly. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marnie Nixon. That might be familiar to some of you commissioners. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you listening to all of us today. I'm here as a private citizen, and I'm speaking for myself. I found out about Project Jupiter via Facebook, and the only reason I clicked on the article was because I thought it was fake. I hadn't heard anything about it. I hadn't seen any big billboards, any big community meetings, y'all come and let's talk. As I dug in and learned that it was actually real, I used a well-written, well-researched form letter and added my comments, questions regarding environmental assessments and requesting due diligence on all of your parts. And for that, I was doxxed, I had to look that up, by my county commissioner for exercising my First Amendment rights to ask questions of my elected officials. I would not be here probably for that, so in some ways you did me a favor because I'm learning that we have a Flint, Michigan situation in Sunland Park, which again, I am not an avid social media user, and it's getting harder and harder to access local information. So I'm in solidarity with that. I wanted to speak to some of the science. Desalinization has been talked about for decades, back in the 90s in El Paso. And why has it never been fully operational? Because it's expensive. Because it is a carbon emitter. Again, there were so many better scientists than I could ever think to be. Thank you for bringing those to the table. Those are facts. I say in my limited amount of time is, what is the long-term oversight for Project Jupiter? At best, they'll do what they say they'll do. At worst, who are the lawyers who are going to represent the citizens as we fight for our rights all the way up to 2050? I don't know that I'm going to be here as a cancer survivor, right? My time on this earth can be very short or very long. But who is going to fight into 2050? That's what I want to know. And I bring, in my last seconds, Rio Verde foothills near
Hello, my name is Jamie Monroy. I live in Santa Teresa. And I'm just going to speak to some experiences I had over my life concerning the water in ST. I remember being a kid in my dad's house and the water being white. I remember showering and my skin feeling slimy. I remember not being able to drink the faucet or being warned not to get any water from there. We can't do it. This is in ST and Sunland Park. The water has not been fixed. It's a huge problem and it needs to be addressed. The fact that it hasn't been addressed and that they're saying that it won't be addressed unless Project Jupiter is passed is very concerning and very troubling. Why haven't we already addressed it? And why is it only going to be addressed once we get money from millionaires? This shouldn't be a thing. We shouldn't have to worry about this. And the water quality will only get worse with Project Jupiter. We are going to pay for this project with our blood, with the blood of the people in ST and with the blood of the people in Sunland Park. And I just want you to have that in mind. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is my third time giving public comment. I find the courage to do this again because I'm trying to use my voice for the community members of Santa Teresa and Sunland Park. Once again, we work tightly with this colonia. We do serve them, we do outreach, and we do hear their voices. And I always tell them the importance of voting does matter. And they always said it doesn't because no one listens to us. I kind of see their frustration. Over the years, I can only imagine them being overlooked. They are the real South New Mexico that has been forgotten. A lot of big opportunities have presented themselves and none of them succeeded because they're gonna take away from small local businesses as much as I think this will too. I don't see the small local businesses succeeding from this. And I just wanna say again, I'm not someone that's really experienced with the environment, but from what I know this is gonna cause a lot of pollution to the generators. And I talked to a few people that are bidding for this position to work on there, and I asked if they knew anything about water. Not one person I ran into, they're just saying, take this deal, we're gonna go to Socorro. And I'm like, wow, like that really showed character. Some of them might not be from here anymore, maybe grew up here, but no longer are here. But that being said, I'm still here. I plan on staying here. I don't plan on leaving, but hearing the people's frustration and not being looked into their opinion, like if we didn't matter, is what hurts us. I feel like you guys can almost look at the numbers and that would speak the truth. I feel like the lies that we're listening to, we're not listening to. I feel like you guys aren't hearing us. I feel like you guys could have done so much more. Like you could have bought an NFL team with this type of money, maybe 23 of them. I don't know. There's other ways to go around getting $165 billion. I'm sorry again. I just want you guys to vote no. Please, please vote no. You guys already turned down to put it on hold to get more information. We just want you guys to be transparent. And again, Sunland Park has a chamber. How come no one over there is getting any beneficiation? It's their city. And again, there is nonprofits that work out in Sunland Park like ourselves. My name is Leo Lopez. I work for Empowerment Congress. We are a nonprofit that serves the community out there, and we're not getting none of these resources to serve our community. We're doing it with our integrity. We're doing our best to expose the truth, and I hope you guys see the truth with all the facts that we're putting right in front of you guys. Again, thank you for this time.
Hello, Chair, Commission. My name is Lucas Herndon. I'm a resident here in Doña County. I'm here mostly to express solidarity and gratitude for all of the voices who've come out today to speak up for their communities. I've been doing this a long time now. I started coming to County Commission meetings in 2012 when we were working on the Oregon Mountains Desert Peaks National Monument. And back then, I stood in solidarity with Representative Nathan Small as we attempted to preserve land for land's sake. And so it is interesting to see him sitting during this portion when we are opposing something along the same lines and see him line up with those supporting this now. I find that deeply concerning. I want to think about what happens in New Mexico as a state that has been extracted since before it was technically a state, but since it was before part of these United States. We are known, if you ask people outside of the state, for the balloons, right? The balloon fiesta is now the ExxonMobil balloon fiesta. Albuquerque has the state fair. The state fair is now the Chevron State Fair. This state is bought and sold by extractionist industries. It always has been, and there are people here who've been fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting to make sure that doesn't happen in our community. When you all talk about desalination plants to produce good, drinking water for our neighbors, I can support that. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about commodifying the one resource that we cannot live without in an attempt to create a market for it. You are attempting to take water that currently has no value and make it valuable so that you can sell it to somebody for use. You are commodifying our literal lifeblood. And in my last 45 seconds, I just want to mention, because nobody has said it out loud yet, desalination plants, the root word there is desalination, desalting. All of the salt that comes out of this product has to go somewhere too. And either we end up with another environmental impact that we haven't talked about, nobody said anything about that, or we're creating another market revenue stream for whoever actually ends up owning it to make more money off of our resources and our lifeblood. Unacceptable.
Hi there, my name is Rebecca Egan, and I'm a teacher, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my students who can't be here. I feel that it's really important when making decisions like this to take into account what kind of world are we building for our children. When I hear you when you say that Project Jupiter has made commitments to bringing jobs, money into our community, and their promises about limited environmental impacts. And I agree, this could lead to brighter futures for our children. However, there is a very big difference between a commitment, a word that I've seen thrown around a lot today, and a binding legal contract, which I assume is embedded within that 500-page document. So how could I know which of these commitments are actually legal agreements when they're, like I said, in that 500-page document? I'm a teacher, I don't have a lot of spare time, and this time frame has not given me sufficient time to look at it myself and determine the facts and the truth. In good conscience, you must slow down or at least table this discussion until the public is better informed about the facts and the details of Project Jupiter. We are gambling the futures of our children on vague commitments, and we deserve clarity. We deserve legally binding assurances that our land will not be poisoned, our air will not be polluted. We deserve time to read these legal agreements ourselves because our children depend on the strength and legal protections ensured by these documents. Furthermore, this is kind of an aside, I'd like to share the findings of a 2024 paper that predicts nationally that data centers will directly contribute to 600,000 asthma-related cases that are anticipated to cost $20 billion in healthcare costs. And which communities do you think will be affected by the fallout of Project Jupiter's impact? I work with children with asthma, so please believe me when I say that this is a life-threatening condition. Is that really the legacy that you want to leave in this community? Is that the legacy you want to leave for your children, your grandchildren, your neighbors? Personally, I don't want that for any child. I don't want to see a rise in the number of students who come to my class with a life-threatening condition. You are our representatives, and you are supposed to be the voice of the people on these matters. Please listen to the people, especially the people in the communities that are directly impacted by this decision. I'm not asking for this to completely stop. I'm just asking for you guys to move slower, get the facts, get the promises solid. Please bring transparency to the table. In your rush, you are breaking the trust and the faith of your constituents that you will stand by them. For the sake of future generations, please be careful about the futures with this community. Please vote no, or at least to table this decision until more.
Good afternoon. David Mooney, resident of District 5, represented by Commissioner Sanchez. Currently missing work and paid to be here today. I oppose this project on a fiscal, environmental, practical, philosophical, and moral grounds. This past week, I was part of a small in-person canvassing effort opposing these IRBs. Obviously, very rushed, missed the weekend too, but we were able to get 13 volunteer hours in the field. We had 421 conversations, 367 people were residents of the county, 350 of those took action. That's around 27 actions per volunteer hour. We heard 83% earlier. This canvassing showed right around 95% opposed. So I think it does kind of depend how you ask the question. Also, 20 people we talked to were interested in taking further political action or learning about future volunteer efforts. These are really boring numbers to most people, but if anyone listening finds these numbers exciting and you want to run maybe a recall effort or a few years from now a primary campaign, please reach out. I'd love nothing more than to talk more about this data and how I can help with any future efforts. I think these numbers show a lot of promise for campaigns like this here. Mr. Chair, after a very little bit of research, it looks like your primary race was very close. With that, I would like to just end with a quick quote from my Commissioner Sanchez, who I did vote for. Last year, when they were running for re-election in District 5, they were asked about their views on financial transparency and government accountability. Commissioner Sanchez answered, they are essential.
Hello, my name is Zach Egan. I was born and raised here in Las Cruces. I'm part of District 3. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for also taking the time to listen to everybody. And thank you so much for advocating for us. I really, really appreciate that. I don't think there's too much more that I can say that hasn't been said already, but there are a few things that I would like to emphasize that I think is being glossed over by not only our commissioners, but also by the Project Jupiter representatives as well. And one of those biggest things is the tertiary water costs of this project. They mention a lot about the closed system. Awesome, love the closed system. However, let me pull it up really quick. According to a federal report, the indirect water consumption of data centers in the United States was roughly 211 billion gallons in 2023. That's not the data center itself. That's all of the support systems and the construction that went into building the data center. So we keep hearing about this closed water system, but we're not talking about all of the other water uses that go into this project. And I think that that needs to be examined, and then those numbers need to be provided to the public. Because again, just to reemphasize, I think that this is going way too fast. We have not gotten all the data that we need, and the data that we are being provided is being provided by Project Jupiter. That is like the perpetrator of a crime investigating themselves. We need independent data. We need data from our county, from our people, who are giving us real numbers, who are giving us real information. And I think, again, this was emphasized by them this morning, saying 83% of the people they interviewed were in favor of this project. We don't know what questions they asked. We don't know what they were saying when they called. It could very easily be, hey, are you pro-job? Well, Project Jupiter is bringing jobs. You're pro-Project Jupiter, right? So we don't know what the information we're getting is accurate. We don't know what's going on. We need real, accurate information. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Tyler Valadez, and I'm a teacher in the community. Firstly, thank you, Commissioner Chaparro, for attempting to table this issue, and my condolences to your family. I sincerely hope you've all approached Project Jupiter with the public's best interest in mind, and also hope you have not attended this meeting with your decision already made. I hope you all have an open mind. One quick point before my main argument. I think it's a misrepresentation of our community's opinion on this issue to give each side the same amount of time. Based on my conversations with community members and based on the urgency of the public today, this is not a 50-50 issue. So why should both sides get the same amount of time? To my main point, corporations, and especially corporations that are willing to spend $165 billion on an AI training facility, act only in favor of the maximum amount of profit possible. They operate on a model of exponential increases in their quarterly profits. That means that everything takes a backseat to profits. Everything, including handshake agreements, and most importantly of all, people, humans, and life. Corporations like Stack and Borderplex will burn the future down if it means an increase in quarterly profits. It should give you pause to hear that, because yes, it's crazy. We can't trust a company with our precious resources if their only goal is an increase in quarterly profits over literally everything else. That means they'll lie to you about hiring preferences, they will lie about how much of our resources they will use, and they will lie about the impact on the environment. Because remember, for them, it's profit over everything. I'm wondering too if they've given you any projections on the profits that they will earn. I assure you the county will take a net loss on this project. It will be a significant loss in potential tax revenue. If they're willing to spend that kind of money here, they see us as the biggest suckers of all the communities they've considered. Why would you take a deal that's better for them than it is for us? Remember, it's always profits first and last for these people, nothing else. A vote against this project signals that you believe in people over profits, and a vote for Project Jupiter is a vote for profits over people. One last point. I find it strange that taking a brief pause on this project would cause them to leave. I thought they wanted to invest in our community. The answer is that, of course, they don't want to invest in our community. They wouldn't want this eyesore power suck in their community, so now they're putting it in ours. Why can't we just build something fun, like a smoothie place? This AI data facility, it's just going to scrape the internet and look and make profiles on us, and I just don't think it's very good. People over profits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman. My name is Aurelia Alvarez Nelson. I'm fourth generation Valley resident. It doesn't make me special, but it does make me have really deep, deep roots and emotional feelings for this part of the world. I am an elder, so I don't know how many years I have left to live here in the Valley. And I could just be home in my recliner, eating chocolates. What do I care what happens in 20 years? I'm not gonna be here, but I do care. There are lots and lots of people coming after me. And I feel it's important for me to stand up here and say what I can to help protect their future. So my concerns have been voiced many, many, many times. Yes, we need jobs. This isn't people who say, no, we don't want jobs. Let's just all be poor. We're the poorest county in the state. We're probably one of the poorest counties in the country. So my first question, as a poor county, how are we gonna pay for this? Does that make sense? How much is the county going to be responsible monetarily? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question because I don't have any facts. But I'm wondering, because there's a deja vu here for me, because there has been a previous commission who promised lots of things. A company came into town promising jobs, increased tourism, money, money, money. It was a spaceport. And here we are. We're still paying for it. But, you know, luckily we're only paying for it in money. We're not paying for it in health. And people have made the point. People coming after us, and your children and your grandchildren are gonna be paying a price of health. And, you know, how good is money if you don't have your health? Who's gonna be able to do the jobs? Who's gonna be able to work if they are all ill? This isn't about, it's about the future. It's about lives. It's not yes, we all need jobs, my goodness. I left, I was gone for 12 years. I came back because this is where my heart is, but not everybody can do that. I have 2 children who live out of state.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Annette Morales, and I am a concerned citizen. Let me preface this by saying I'm not opposed to the concept of the AI data center in southern New Mexico. However, I have reservations about the particular data center proposal, these applicants, and the process involved. If this is the public's first chance to provide input, and it's framed as take it or leave it, it may hinder productive engagement. Presenting the project with endorsements from most elected officials can reinforce the public perceptions that political power remains in the hands of very few, and we, the citizens, have to take it or leave it. This is a concern because, Mr. Napier, with all due respect to you, the public, us concerned citizens, just were aware of this project maybe 3-4 weeks ago, if that, when El Paso Electric has been working with Borderplex Digital for 2 years now on an infrastructure, utility infrastructure, and we barely found out about it. Some of you claim, commissioners, county commissioners claim that they barely found out the same time we did, when on record, in the August meeting, some of you said that you have known about this for 4 months now. But according to the most recent article by Heath Hosserman, the commission was given a draft agreement totaling several hundred pages on Monday, 9/15/25, at the same time the public saw them. Those agreements were not clearly finalized. Some still have draft watermarks in the background. Others have blank pages. We understand and appreciate the request for delay. County Attorney, and I'm reading from Heath Hosserman's article, County Attorney Carrie Neal told me Tuesday, if we delay the vote, we will lose the option to be a part of this project. In essence, a delay is the same as voting no, because the companies will go elsewhere. Not true. A concerned citizen did a deep dive in the applications submitted on the behalf of Borderplex Digital and/or Stacks to the state of Wyoming and Minnesota. Unless they have organized under different LLCs in those states, no applications for any data centers have been submitted by Project Jupiter, Borderplex Digital, or Stack Infrastructure in the affiliated LLCs listed on the New Mexico Secretary of State's website. The companies that are listed in the Borderplex Digital and Stack Infrastructure agreements with the NMSU, or New Mexico State Secretary of State, Yucca Growth Infrastructure, not registered on the New Mexico Secretary of State's website, LLC.
Thank you, Annette.
Hi. My name is Jasmine Sharp, and I drove 45 minutes to get here from my son's daycare in Santa Teresa. I am so thankful for Empowerment Congress for informing me about this information regarding my son. And if you've ever had a 2-year-old, your job is to protect them because they do not protect their lives at this age. And so when I see everyone sitting up here, I know you have families, and I know you love this state, and I know you love this county. And I know everybody in this room does, and we're all supporting democracy here. That's not the question. The question is, have you done your due diligence to look through this documentation to make sure it's not a threat to our community? And if you haven't had enough time to do that, do so. You have the time. The business will put the threat on you to get it done as quickly as possible. That's how business works. I operate 5 businesses here in the county. 5 businesses that have been, I don't own them, but they've been standing for over 40 years. And I'll tell you what I've learned about business is it's the heat that brings the decision. And you do not have to fold or make a decision under pressure. You can take your time and look at this information and make an educated decision. And that's all I'm asking of you today, is take that time and think of the future, think of your own families. because I know I drove here, showed up late, but when I saw that flyer, I was driving 85 or 90 maybe on the 10, and the cop was trying to get me, and I said, no, not today. So, I got behind the semi-truck safely. But I know we all need to be here, and we need to hear each other out, and I appreciate you for listening to us and giving this extra time to speak, because that's what this is about, is democracy, and we all know there's a fight for democracy and free speech, so thank you.
Hello, commissioners. Yes, I just want to thank you for letting everybody here on both sides speak, because that's the right thing to do. I do not come here today as a resident of Doña Ana. I used to live here, beautiful county. I'm speaking today as a resident of New Mexico. They brought up the example, the center in Los Lunas. That's great, population did get up by 350%. But what they didn't say was that the water usage has increased it by 385% over the past 5 years. They didn't want to say that number. All this talk about young people in the future, I don't know, I counted 3 young people speaking in support of this project. About an MSU, I'd rather listen to the young students that are doing these things, doing the work on the ground, not the ones at the top, the institutions. For those speaking in support, I feel like we've just heard the same thing over and over. Jobs, economy, economic growth. Has anyone done this research, looked at the numbers? Yes, it's true. There are data centers popping up all over the country. That is true, making all of the exact same promises that we have been hearing. And I would like you to take a guess at how you think that turned out for the communities over 10 years. How do you think it turned out? Yeah, look it up. The answer is not good. All of those communities have gotten screwed over. You can look it up. Like people have been saying over and over, if this is so great, so amazing, what is there to hide? I just don't understand. Why on earth did this project try to get sneaked past community? Commissioners, as a government body, you're telling people, the community, you'll get all the answers, do all the research. Why are you answering constituents' question using materials created by this corporation, the one entity that has the most to gain from this? Saying, oh, we're gonna use this brackish water, but from what I last heard, all of a sudden, a desalination plant is not involved at all? We're so confused, what is it? The jobs numbers did change. Back in February, it was 1,000 plus permanent jobs. Now it's 750. The largest data centers in the country only employ about 200 at most, and 40% of those are concentrated in 4 states in the country. The water numbers, 2,000, 20,000, that is a miracle. It was going to be millions a day. Closed loop, it's not gonna be refilled, also impossible. Water evaporates, that is a fact, especially under heat. Even if all the promises are true, it's a bad deal. You'll be selling out communities long-term. The benefit is not worth it. At what cost? At what cost? Thank you.
Lorraine Villegas, independent. I just want to start by giving thanks to Spirit, which guided us all here. It's important that we keep our connection to Spirit strong, because there's a lot of people involved with this project that want us connected in different ways. And how is that? Could they connect us in different ways through advanced materials, such as graphene, for example, that is used in carbon capture, water desalination, weather modification. And it is an advanced material that's a conductor that can be connected to the blockchain, where everything can be tracked and measured, including human behavior. And it's very telling that there's ways to give everybody a laptop, but there's still no water. So it's clear that what the connectivity is about. And there was a gentleman who mentioned our cell phones, This is kind of old. I can leave this at home or run it over with my truck. I went to my carrier and asked to have this connected. In Midland, Texas, there's currently recommissioned military jets that are spraying nanosatellites for tracking and measuring and connecting everything to the Internet of Bodies, the Internet of Things, where everything will be on blockchain, including digital ID. So who are you going to choose today? Venture capitalists, big tech, and hedge fund billionaires? I know Vanguard is backing Blue Owl, which is backing Stack. So are you going to choose venture capitalists or the people who elected you? I also urge everybody to research bioinfo, Congo biodigital convergence, digital twins, the Internet of Bodies, and I never consented to any of this, and I guess if you're gonna be profiting by collecting data off of literally everything, I guess the least you can do is provide them a job. God bless everybody. Mr. Chaparro, my condolences.
Commission. Want to start us off on a note of gratitude for her extending public comment so that everyone who has something to say has a space to say it. I also appreciate the full 3 minutes on public comment. Last time I was commenting in front of the commission, it was only 2 minutes. Sorry, I'm shaking a little bit. It's cold standing in the line, y'all. I don't know if folks realize that. But you know, as others have said, there's not more about the talking points of this project that I can say, the water, the AI, the jobs. What I'm really wondering about is you all and how it feels to sit hearing hours of public comment when you've already decided. What is that like? Do you just kind of let your eyes glaze over, just like check your phone, tough it out? And I wonder what it would feel like to change your mind, because it's not too late. And we hear that many of you are already decided to vote yes for this. So what would it be like to change your mind and listen to community and act with community instead of this company? Have you considered that as an option? Commissioner Sanchez? Have you considered changing your mind? Commissioner Reynolds? My commissioner, Shaljo Hernandez? I'm counting on you to not let me and the rest of our community down, and the frontline and fence line communities that have been having water disparities to not let us down. And it's tempting because we have these big scary lawyers behind us, right? Who have been in y'all's ear, and we haven't really had the opportunity to be in your ear the same way. But I hope that you've really listened to us in these past few weeks, those of us that have been calling your office, emailing you, and listen to the fact that there's some folks that showed up today that are hearing about this for the first time. They need more time. We're counting on you, and it's not too late to do the right thing.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bernice Smart, and I'm here with Empowerment Congress. And as some people know, we're a nonprofit organization, and we do a lot of work in Sunland Park and Santa Teresa, and we engage a lot with the community. And one of the things that we were doing was we were passing around these cards, getting people to sign them if they were opposed of Project Jupiter. And we also have a digital format of this as well. So we have 4,138 letters that have been emailed. And yes, and we have 919 of these signed physical cards. So that is over 5,000 of your constituents who have asked you to vote no. So we're just wondering if you're going to listen to your constituents, the people that you're supposed to be working for, or are you going to side with these wealthy people, these billionaires? And just a reminder, the way that you got into these seats is the same way that you can get out of them. And the community is not gonna forget. We are not gonna forget the way you voted. So yeah, just keep that in mind when you do that. And also, this letter reads, it says, to the Doña County Commission, I am submitting this public comment in support of New Mexicans drinking water and to demand this board vote no on the ordinances for the issuance of taxable industrial revenue bond for Project Jupiter, the massive data center infrastructure campus proposed by Borderplex Digital Assets, and to vote no on the Project Jupiter's Local Economic Development Act request, LEDAs. Vote no on Project Jupiter as our communities in Doña Ana County deserve their health to be prioritized, their votes to be heard, and their trust to be honored by their county elected officials. New Mexico's land, water, and air is for outside interests to take and to make profit from. New Mexico and New Mexicans are not for sale. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jedediah Smith. I'm a new member of the community. I recently moved here from Montana, so obviously listen to Sunland Park a little more than me. But I'm just really hopeful that this council has, the gall to hopefully follow what the community wants. Clearly, there's been a lot of people here in opposition to Project Jupiter. And so my hope with, the democratic system in entirety is that you actually listen to these guys. So, I don't really have much else to say. I would like to read a quote from the Cree Indian tribe from my home state of Montana. Only when the last tree has died and the last river has been poisoned and the last fish been caught, we will realize that we cannot eat money. Vote no or you gotta go.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carolina Valois, and I also work for Empowerment Congress. And we do a lot of work in the communities, and we worked together. We did have a lot of pledge cards just going to different communities and telling them about Project Jupiter. We work, like I told you, we work in a lot of communities. And last time I didn't make myself clear about the Vado flooding. And I just wanted to let you know, we were out there also. There was a lot of families that had damages to their houses. There was a lot of bad things going on in Vado. And I understand Vado and what happened there in the flooding. It was something that we couldn't stop. It was done by nature. It was a natural disaster we could not stop. But with this Project Jupiter, I believe you guys have the decisions in your hands. Or you just want to work with the community, or just work with billionaires. But I'm asking, and I'm just letting you know, you do have the decision in your hand, and hopefully it's not going to harm our communities.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, County Commission, Vice Chair Chaparro. Before I address the body we're in front of today, I want to turn around and recognize this room full of incredible New Mexicans, advocates, leaders who showed up today in such a fierce way. I was raised in this valley, just down the road in Mesilla. My mom came from Verino. In my years, growing up as a politically engaged young person of this community, in my years doing issue-based advocacy, and now in my 4th term as a New Mexico State Representative, I've never seen our people so aligned and so angry. I'm here today as a mom, as someone who's done my best to raise little ones in this community we call home. And I've got to say, if you haven't heard enough from these incredible badass young people out here today, I hear it from my children. They're not stuck in the ideas that we were told from a generation ago about what success is, about how you measure projects, that the only way to measure the value of a community is whether we could grow and invest some kind of outsider to come here and validate us. My children know their worth. When my children talk about imagining our shared future, they say, Mama, what's there to come back to? A barren wasteland of fire and dirt and wind? I thought I was worried about this issue because as a New Mexican, I was stunned to see some dirty backroom dealing in Santa Fe that led up to this. Y'all have shouted out the lawyers. There's also a cluster of lobbyists in this room that lied during the session. They lied. Lied, L-I-E-D. They lied to the legislative body about what their intention was. The enabling mechanisms that allow for microgrids, those were not debated in our House. They were not debated on the House floor. Chair Small and I did not participate in those debates. They were a last hour amendment, March 20th of a 60-day session, less than 48 hours left, when a shady ass floor amendment was made by Senator Padilla before he decided to come down to our communities to do the bidding of Project Jupiter. Our communities deserve better. Doña deserved to know about this for more than a month before you took a vote like this. So finally, I will say, democracy works when we stand in the sunshine. You all, just like I did, took an oath. What we're asking here is reasonable. Give all of us a little more time to weigh in, to understand, see a complete application before you take this vote. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for your time. Vice Chair Chaparro, I hope you will accept my sympathy. And also, thank you for your patience in letting all of us speak. As I told the chair a little while ago, I'm not here to speak for or against the project. Unfortunately, I'm going to tell you about a chapter in the county code. So I'm going to tell you what you already know. First of all, it does say that when people start this process, it could take as long as 120 days. And everybody knew that at the start because it was printed. And I assume that that started August 15th when the project filed their application. So my little piece of paper says, everybody understood this could last until December 12th. That gives you some time to consider various resolutions to table or to get more time. The next thing I notice is that you are required in a meeting of the county commissioners to present a plan. And I tried to convey to you on August 26th that whatever you presented in support of the inducement resolution was not a plan. And so I would like to congratulate you that in the meantime, the information that you have provided in today's packet, I think is a plan. The way I read the rules, you are required to offer a minimum of 8 days for people to provide written comments once a plan is presented in a public meeting. So the way I read the rules, you may not be able to vote today. I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea. I tried it out on 2 people before I presented now. And I simply think you need to look at the code and consider that you need to wait at least 8 days. I would encourage you to wait a little longer. One of the great things about your new plan is a big investment in water. And I think that would be made more wisely if you cooperated with Sunland Park. And it's not looking that way, at least to them. And so I think with more time to consider their concerns, you would make a better decision about this project. And if you chose to support it, you would make a better decision about the investment in water. Thank you for your time.
Okay, with no one else in line, we will move back to those in favor of the IRB. Same exact thing, 3 minutes on the clock. Pardon? Come on up. Oh. Can we take like a... Yeah, we'll take 4 or 5 minutes, that way, 5 minutes. Okay, Vice Chair says 5 minutes. Sorry, we'll be right with you. Okay, everyone, if you all find your seats for me, we will continue on. The time is currently 2:58, so please begin.
Mr. Chair, member of the
If
commission.
everyone can please be quiet for the next public speaker, please. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for letting us have the opportunity to speak. My name is Karen Montoya. I'm a former public regulation commissioner, former county assessor, 2-term in Bernalillo County. And the reason I'm here today is I'm a 12th generation New Mexican. My family is throughout the Rio Grande corridor, and we've been there since 1690. So New Mexico is I'm very passionate about New Mexico. So I'd like to talk a little bit, first of all, about, well, I was there when the data center at the Facebook was approved, and I was happy to approve it. And if you'll talk to the people of Las Lunas, they were happy that it is approved. Let me tell you a little bit about the microgrid. I think it's a great thing. We do have 4 microgrids here in New Mexico. Kit Carson Electric Co-op has 4 that they've created. It is, very well sustained. There shouldn't be any issues with that. This is a standalone microgrid, and there won't be any impact to the public utilities because of that. There won't be rate increases because of that. There won't be any stress on the grid because of that. It's a standalone microgrid that is self-sustaining. Let's see what else. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about county taxes. I was the county assessor of Bernalillo County, and the tax implication here is amazing. You guys will be able to create new water infrastructure for Sunland Park. You'll be able to put money into what's needed for these people in their environments. I know it's a worry, I know it's a concern. I know people don't typically like change, and when I was on the commission, it was hard for us to change things. People were worried about what would happen, but just give them, faith in you all to do the right thing. I think that it's an amazing impact. $136 million tax base increase in the first 3 years. And what you can do with that for the people here is amazing. 2,000 jobs put in people's pockets, that's incredible. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Steve Montañez here. And you guys, please don't applaud me when I'm done speaking. I really didn't have a motivation to speak until I heard the 2 young engineering students speak today. I'm just a small business owner here in Las Cruces, and we've had the opportunity to mentor young students. And also, earlier in the year, I had the opportunity to do mock interviews with the Las Cruces Public Schools. What I heard a lot about from these children when I asked them what their motivation was and what they wanted to do, many of them wanted to stay here. And part of the reason why, it was kind of disheartening, they wanted to stay here to take care of their parents. They wanted to stay here to take care of their families, and they wanted those opportunities. So whatever comes of this, I hope it really is in the spirit of keeping our future here. I feel that there's not a wrong answer here. What's very concerning to me that I will point out has been the precedent that has been set with this opposition. Could be specifically with water use, but how long is it going to be before an apartment complex is protested because the concern for water use? What nature of business? We saw an Amazon distribution center proposed here. I didn't see a single person here concerned about water use. We've seen proposals here for movies, for movies, for film, for big box, for big production, for big industrial proposals. For some reason, didn't hear a word about water, but we're hearing it now. Furthermore, I'm very concerned about the manner and the hostility, quite frankly, from the opposition. Much of it has been triggered by special interest groups, by poor op-eds that were written. And it's gotten to a point, I just have to address, that I had to walk through a metal detector to come here and speak. And we have extra security, armed security here on hand, because we cannot respectfully disagree. Commissioners, I'm going to tell you just to stand your ground. You're hearing people are talking about recalling, people are talking about primaries, people are talking about they're not getting their way, and it's happening. Just stand your ground. There is no wrong answer here. I want to commend State Representative Nathan Small. I want to commend this entire commission, Scott, the attorneys, everybody. You guys have worked hours and hours here on this project. I want to just spend the rest of my time, and you can cut me off, just to quote the op-ed written by 3 of our most progressive state representatives. In southern New Mexico, we hear time and time again that we need to create opportunities for our young people to stay, raise families, and live without fear that a car breakdown or healthcare will push them into a financial crisis. I have 10 seconds left, but you can read the op-ed. Thank you all very, very much. Commissioner Chaparro, my heart, our family is with you. God bless. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Adam Ehrenstein, and I'm a proud resident of New Mexico and also an environmental professional. I'm here today to express my support for Project Jupiter. As someone who works in air quality, I approach the project with both optimism and a critical eye. The project represents a transformative opportunity for our region, not just from an economic perspective, but from an environmental responsibility perspective as well. From an economic standpoint, the scale of the investment and the creation of the jobs is unprecedented. But what makes this project truly compelling is the potential to set a new standard for an industrial development in New Mexico. We have a chance to be a model for how to build responsibly and to protect what makes New Mexico special. This is not a choice between doing one or the other, but we can achieve both at the same time. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Eric Montgomery. I wear many different hats in this community that you know me by. The one that I am wearing today and in front of you is as a father. My kids have come home and talked about the conversations that they're having in their classes around this project. They're debating the same things that have been talked about in the media around water and power usage, and they are learning more about how all those systems connect together and what this means for their community. They're having active debates just like we are today. I want to thank you for the opportunity that you've granted everyone today to be heard. My voice is for my kids. I've done economic development in this community for 15 years. I've been a resident for 25. I have seen opportunities come that have been great. I have seen opportunities go that would have been great. I truly believe that this is a potential for a new direction for our community. I certainly understand that there are a lot of environmental concerns, there's a lot of water concerns, and there's a lot of questions. We have not once ever had an IRB with this level of attention or this level of concession from a company that has been and committed to community improvements at this level. I gotta commend the Project Jupiter staff because they've also not ever gone through, companies have never gone through the amount of public input that's been provided over the last 4 weeks. And I think that says a lot about their partnership in the community. So I started this off by saying it's about my kids and being a father, because 100% I want them to have direction on where they can go. You talk to a lot of kids nowadays and they don't know exactly where they want to be in life. But I find my kids coming home from school, having these debates and saying, this is a place I can see myself in the future. And it allows me as a father to have some peace, that they won't have to move halfway across the country or that I will have to follow them, but they can find home for generations here to come. Thank you.
Commissioner Chaparro, lo siento mucho. My friends, Mr. Chair, County Commissioners, citizens of this region. My name is Miguel Fernandez. I'm from this region. I literally grew up 1,000 feet away from Sunland Park. We meet today at a moment of a great promise. Project Jupiter is a vision for the future.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to ask Mr. Miguel Fernandez if he's here as a member of our community, as an investor in Project Jupiter, or as a representative of Project Jupiter.
That's all of the above. I am.
This is public comment, Mr. Chair.
May I? So, this project calls on us to think boldly, to invest good jobs for hardworking families, to harness energy and ingenuity that will lift our community. But in order to do this, we need to act now, and we need to act decisively. The world keeps changing more rapidly than ever, and we need to adapt or risk being left behind. I urge you to be bold, to be brave, and to make decisions that will allow us to thrive. Make the decisions to create jobs, improve our infrastructure, and increase our resources. Other regions around the country are competing for these opportunities. This is our time. If we want to make progress, we need to act accordingly. Sunland Park can stand as a beacon of progress, proving that when we work together, no challenge is too great. Let us choose to build, to lead, and to believe in Project Jupiter and in ourselves. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. My condolences to you and your family. They were very special in all of our journeys, and I was fortunate to also be part of that. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, sitting with my friend Baum there, we worked together on the 2008 Obama campaign. I think back to that time, and I had the privilege to be in this chamber on so many big issues. At that time, we were working to protect what became the Organ Mountains Desert Peaks National Monument, the largest BLM wilderness area, and the largest is just west of where the proposed data center is going with Project Jupiter. And that region, a borderland that is vibrant, that is there for conservation and for planted firmly in the future for economic development, is very exciting. In 2008, we were also really going into what became the Great Recession. And for New Mexico, that was the lost decade. One of the few parts of New Mexico that came out of that decade stronger was Los Lunas. There, the building there, the improvements in the commitments that have been made here are very important. The big can be very good. The biggest national monument, the biggest wilderness area, now the biggest single private investment in our state, if there are strong enforceable conditions. And I really want to commend the county and all partners, and I'm proud to have played a role in making sure that there are enforceable community benefit agreements that focus on water, education, transportation, and others. This is a strong deal that will raise wages, plant in the economy of the future. There is strong and needed oversight. That is essential. The state will step up to that role, and I know that the county is stepping forward into that role. And again, these are binding documents should they be voted in. There has to be a commitment to ongoing community engagement. And to me, that speaks to the strong partnership that has to be from this day forward. That partnership is anchored in the economy of the future, is serving the kiddos here in Doña County and in New Mexico. If they want to go to college, and as we heard from supporters, if they don't, that there is an economic future for them. And as the chair of the House Appropriations and Finance Committee and LFC, right now, state's money, this is free childcare, free college, et cetera, that's coming from oil and gas extraction. This begins to move us strongly in a direction of clean economic growth. And I pledge my support to match the investments, especially for southern New Mexico. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Chair, Commissioners, Vice Chair Chaparro, my deepest condolences are with you and your family. I'm Julia Brown with the State Economic Development Department, and I stand in support of a project the likes of which have never been seen before. This morning, my boss, Mark Roper, shared an amazing PowerPoint presentation with you, which lays it all out. The numbers, and are the numbers amazing? To be sure they are. This is an opportunity for Doña County to step into its rightful place as a leader in this region, in the area of community and economic development, to approve a bold vision for the future. My colleagues and I talk to businesses across the state all the time. One of the things that we tell them as we share information about tax credits in New Mexico and other incentives is that it's important that they not leave money on the table. And so today, I'm saying to you all, don't leave money on the table. I urge you to support this and to make it only the first step in a rung on a ladder propelling us into the future. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Gentry Roberts. I am the Executive Director of Independent Electrical Contractors. We are the electrical apprenticeship and trade school here based in Doña County. We are one of over 54 chapters nationwide for electrical only. This opportunity to bring jobs in construction trades is huge. That opens up an amazing opportunity for apprenticeship programs in the southern part of the state. My demographic alone is 44,000 square miles of the southern part of the state, size of Pennsylvania, right? Construction trades need support. An educated workforce is going to be a safe workforce, which means we can support and provide more industry jobs and build our communities up. So I am here in the capacity of the education and building up the workforce. Thank you so much for all you do, and good luck in your decision.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jay Hill. I'm a local farmer and businessman. I'm in commercial real estate, land development. I specialize in water rights, environmental remediation, and community development. I wanted to share with you a few sentiments today of why I support this project. As a farmer, people would often think that we wouldn't look at water rights in the same viewpoint as we would commercial development. But in southern New Mexico and growing up here just north of La Mesa, I have watched time and time again that our county is never to get one foot in front of the other to build what we need to economically not only survive, but to thrive. In these moments of listening to opposition and support, it's dawned on me that people don't truly understand what the difference between commercial water use out in Santa Teresa and here in the valley looks like. The different Bolsons, the fact that there's brackish water use there, clean water use here. I took the liberty of taking the numbers that were offered this morning, and I wanted to make calculations and understanding it as how a farmer would look at how much water is used to use this project to its full consent. Right now, if we were to add 20,000 gallons a day extra on top of the numbers that were put in front of us, the total project would use 64 acre feet of commercial water a year. As a farmer would look at that, we would use 14.33 acres of water a year. So in the entirety, and the fact that we're going to build 700 jobs, we're going to be bringing hundreds of billions of dollars of revenue into this county that are going to help remediate the issues that we have in southern Doña County. The fact that it's going to cost us 14 acres of farm-style use water in a brackish Bolson that we right now can't drink and we can't use for agriculture is called sustainability. This is the opportunity for you guys to put your vote forward, to propel us so that our children have opportunities to continue to make southern Doña County and Doña County in New Mexico a better state and a spot that we can see more businesses want to come and survive and thrive. Thank you for your time.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Albert Ibarra. I was here in August when we had the first meeting. That was my first time doing a public speech. Right now I come with the same message and the same thing as we did before, right? We have an opportunity. These people are bringing hope. They're bringing problems too, right? They have, a lot of people have pointed out problems, but they have solutions for all that. They're also going to bring a lot of good things to the community. We are going to be, I'm so nervous right now. There's going to be so much great things happening out of this, but are we going to just stand here and let it pass? Are we just going to stand here and not do nothing about it? Or are we going to actually take action and say, hey, dude, here it is. Let's take advantage of it. Let's do something about it. Let's go into it. Let's get the hardworking people from Sunland Park, Santa Teresa, involved in all this. They want this. A lot of people are scared. I spoke to a lot of people. They're scared. They're like, well, there's a lot of miscommunication, a lot of things that are being truth and false. But being involved in all this makes us knowledgeable, puts a lot of stuff in our table that we can bring back to the community, and there's going to be a lot of great things to happen. The only thing I was sad about was that my own community, Sunland Park, is denying this $10 million worth for clean water. It's a solution. It is not a problem that they're bringing. And they're turning it down. They're turning down jobs. I traveled for 13 years out of state, everywhere, Montana, California, you name it. I was in Louisiana, Mississippi, everywhere to find an honest living. Now I'm here. I brought my business to Doña Ana County. I brought my employees here. They are from here. I employ about 15 people from Sunland Park, and I would like to make that number grow, and I would like for the people to be proud that there's local companies involved in this project, that there's local companies that are going to be supporting all this. And from y'all, all I ask is to be sure that once everything is signed or whatever is done, protect the community, protect the jobs that they're promising. Just do that. We'll take care of the work. We'll take care of the other stuff. Thank y'all.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm so proud of all of you. Wow. My name is Susan Tegmeyer. I worked for the Catholic Diocese 25 years before RT Electric. I traveled the 10 southern counties. I saw atrocities and poverty in so many of our communities. The 10 southern, us. Mesilla, Doña Ana County, I worked with the Colonias many, many years with Carlos Corral. He was powerful. The rights of people I powered for many, many years. Now, RT Electric, it's my husband's business. It will be 50 years next year strong. We employ upwards of 100 people at any given time, and we work 4 states, all of southern counties. When times were tough, my husband went to Hobbs, where the oil fields were strong, to find work, to keep his people working. Now, more than ever, we need to keep our young people here. My sons are here because they want to be. My daughter is powerful. She is Independent Electrical Contractors Trade School. And I raised her to be strong and stand up for what is right and just. And I understand the other side because I come from Clifton, Arizona, where the copper mines, and we had to strike for rights, for portable water, for justice in the workplace when we were sent down into the mines. But we rose, and we can rise from this. We always do. We always will. We have strength in numbers, and we will make it right. Thank you, commissioners. I truly appreciate you.
Ma'am, you did have your public comment already.
I'd like to make a quick clarification on something.
They cut the mic, ma'am, just because of the, because you had your public comment, but thank you for that clarification. I appreciate you. Okay. Oh, okay.
Buenas tardes, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jose Ibarra. For full disclosure, I am also a consultant for Borderplex Digital Assets, but I'm here as a son of Sunland Park, and I'm going to speak as a parqueño. Vice Chair Chaparros, pocos entienden nuestra cultura y lo que significa perder a un ser querido y tan cercano. Mi más sentido pésame para usted, para su familia. A mis 15 años me integré al Sunland Park Grassroots Environmental Group y luchamos contra el basurero, contra Zarco, contra Verde Group. ¿Y dónde estaba toda esta gente que se encuentra aquí cuando los necesitábamos? Yo luché por mi comunidad. Me fui a estudiar, a prepararme, y nunca fue fácil, por el simple color de mi piel, por el acento pesado y grueso, pero siempre representando orgullosamente a mi hermosa Sunland Park. Ahora hay una compañía aquí que quiere hacer bien por nuestra comunidad, que está dispuesto a invertir en nuestra comunidad, que viene a darnos y no a quitarnos. He oído decir que mi comunidad no apoya este proyecto. Las personas que apoyan este proyecto tienen razón, no están aquí. ¿Saben por qué? Porque están trabajando, porque están buscando trabajo, porque están trabajando en San Antonio, en Midland, en Odessa, en Aston. Esas personas no tienen los mismos lujos y oportunidades que la mayoría de la gente aquí que se presentaron a hablar en contra de este proyecto. Necesitamos oportunidades para Sunland Park y Santa Teresa, y la tenemos enfrente de nosotros. Los queremos. Yo he trabajado para el Senado de Nuevo México y trabajé como el primer director latino congresional para el Comité Congresional del Partido Demócrata, y nunca me olvidé de mi comunidad y mis raíces. Siempre he tratado de hacer bien por ellos y de traer mejoras e innovación a mi gente. Y hoy, José Ibarra, un pobre niño de Sunland Park, les pide que voten sí a este IRV, que voten sí al proyecto Júpiter. And to all the people who didn't understand a word of what I said, that's because you're not for my community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. That is the end of our public comment portion, unless you're speaking in favor or, Okay, we have finished opposition. There was no one else that showed up. So we are gonna, okay, go ahead. Last one.
Hello? Okay, perfect. Hello, my name is Ethan Smith. I'm a resident of District 1. I just wanted to make a quick comment about one of the people representing Project Jupiter, Miguel Fernandez. In 2011, shortly after being appointed to the Board of Managers of the University Medical Center of El Paso, he was arrested and charged with driving while intoxicated. Additionally, he's the owner of Flow Networks, which was formerly known as TransTelco. In 2011, they were found using city property to run fiber optic cables from the US to Mexico under the Stanton International Bridge without the authorization of the city of El Paso. This fiber optic scheme began in 2006, and they paid almost $200,000 settlement to the city. Is this a man you trust to give you unbiased information and a man you trust to have your best interests at heart? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your public comment today. Commissioners, do you have any follow-up questions or concerns?
Mr. Chairman, if I do have just not so much questions as just comments. I think as we listen to the concerns, I think throughout this process, even at the community meetings that I attended, there was a very serious concern about water. And I understand, especially for those in the Sunland Park and Santa Teresa areas. We've seen and heard you at previous meetings when we've discussed CRUA. Those are the things that I understand that they have, that people have to live through every day. And I know while this has probably been one of the most severe things that we've seen in the county, when we look at water, there's a larger issue here because I know I see issues in my district with water service. But I understand that you feel like nothing's been done. Just want to at least highlight a couple of items. Number one is since we've been working with the city of Sunland Park to dissolve the JPA for CRUA, there's been a commitment from both entities for capital improvement, for capital improvement funds for those systems. Another piece to that has been where we get this water. And I think somebody had said, wait, where'd the desalination? There was some talk about that. The reason you don't hear it here is because the county has been working separately on a plan to access those brackish aquifers. We had a work session back in February where we discussed water options. And as of this week or last week, I don't recall when, but we submitted 2 grant applications to the Strategic Water Fund for 2 projects. One was for a detailed analysis of the Mesilla aquifer. The second was to build a desalination plant of approximately 4 to 5 million gallons of water per day. To put that in perspective, the CRUA system right now has about supplies 2 to 2.5 million gallons of water per day to their service area. This would essentially triple if we are successful in the amount of water for the residents of the CRUA area and southern Doña County. So I think water is absolutely one of the biggest issues that we as a commission, or at least we as a county, see. Speaking for myself, at least that's what I see in the actions we are taking. I know it's not immediate action. I know we want action now. These are things that we're trying to put in place for the long term of our communities. And so we absolutely take this seriously. When we look at this, Again, this is the IRB, this is approval for an IRB. The IRB is the first step in this process for a company to come in. Some of these things will continue to be vetted out as we continue to move through permitting processes. Those will happen through the county. Those will happen through the state as well. And so I understand the concerns as we go through this. Just understand at least it's a step-by-step process as we go through this. The other things that I noted, I know we talked on power. I know there was some discussion on that. And I think one of the things that I can say, I think is as Representative Small had noted, and one of the representatives or the consultants for Project Jupiter had noted, each one of these, as they apply, as we look for the power generation for this facility, they will apply to the New Mexico Environmental Department for air permits. That will drive what they're allowed to, for their emissions or the emission standards they have to meet. Understanding that this area of Doña County is considered, I believe it is considered a non-attainment zone by the EPA. So that is part of where the state comes in. They have the catalysts that they noted would be part of the design. There is also what they call their SEMS unit, the continuous emissions monitoring system, which then collects all that data that then is submitted to the state, which is all publicly available information that people can see. People can see how much they emit, if there are exceedances. And so, like I said, this is all data that will be open to the public and not hidden. But I think one of the things that when I'm looking at this and trying to weigh this, because I'm under no illusions that, man, this is a panacea. This is like our answer to everything. And so I have to, as we've had discussions with public input, and I'm reviewing the packet, it's a pros and cons here for me that I'm looking at. But I think one of the things as we continue to see is that people want us to wait, or if this moves on, there'll be other opportunities. And I can understand that point of view. But I look at what me is in what I experienced and what I hear often with other people. Growing up in Anthony and then eventually in El Paso, where I graduated from high school, part of me, I wanted to leave. I wanted to get the heck out of here to experience something different, and I got that opportunity. But when I graduated, there were no other opportunities to move back here. There just wasn't. And that's a similar story that we've heard from other people today, and even from some of the younger folks that want an opportunity to stay here at home. And so how do we build those opportunities for them? How do we build opportunities and pathways? And I know people, I get it, right? People say money isn't the answer. But how do we find opportunities for our people to have jobs, to be able to provide for their families, to try to rise out of the levels of poverty that we see? And it's not just in the southern part of the county. We have 40 colonias here in the county of Doña. So there's that piece of it. I see potential increase in our economic base. We've seen for us, like we just talked, the flooding in Vado. We as a commission we're able to use some of the funds that we do have to try to create an economic assistance program for the people that were affected. We're trying to find other opportunities to bring programs to start helping lift up our people. But it doesn't just happen out of thin air. We've had to find the best way and be creative through grants, working with our state legislators and the state agencies to find this funding. And this is an opportunity to try to build continual growth through economic development, to build that base so that we can offer more to our residents. It is, in my mind, as we look at our strategic plan, and I know I'm kind of expanding a little bit, but the reason why it's important to me is because our strategic plan that we've implemented here at the county, the 3 to 5 year plan, is based off of quality of life. And it is important. It's how do we operate as a county? How do we think of it in how we affect our residents? And that's where, I just want to at least put it out there because I think we have been trying to act in that way for our residents as leaders in the community. And it's how I'm trying to weigh this, especially for everything that we heard today. Just to wrap up for my comments, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to everybody. I know we didn't plan on having so much public input. And I really appreciate my commissioners. I appreciate Commissioner Chaparro for advocating for that. I appreciate our flexibility from our chairman. And I appreciate it. We've been here just short of almost 7 hours. But I appreciate you all hanging on, waiting to give your input. I appreciate both for and against, taking that time to talk to us and let us know your thoughts, your concerns. And I'll say the last thing is, I know we try to talk a little bit, and I know it's 500 pages. There's been, movement in trying to get some of these commitments in a manner that they are enforceable. There are clawbacks, whether it's through the IRB or the LEDA Act funding. The LEDA specifically calls out for those jobs that are counted to be New Mexico jobs, not for Texas or anywhere else, but for us in New Mexico, for us in Doña County. So there are provisions that will allow us to be able to do that. There are annual reports that are required to the county to review that. And that's how we will continue to work to ensure we're enforcing these things should the project move forward. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I share Commissioner Sanchez's sympathies or appreciation for everyone's participation in this process. I want to talk a little bit about with the water problems in Sunland Park. Yes, there's some water problems in it, and we know that. As a matter of fact, this board took the assertive action of actually canceling the joint powers agreement with Sunland Park so that we could directly address those issues. And as soon as we get the list of assets from Sunland Park that are left in Doña County, we will be taking over the water in the county areas and investing probably over $100 million into fixing the water that we own down in Sunland Park. In addition to that, this project that we're talking about here, this opportunity, has guaranteed $40 million for helping to fix the water problems in Sunland Park, Santa Teresa. Of that $40 million, we've pledged $10 million to Sunland Park to give them some of the money they need, which they don't have, in order to address some of these issues. So we are already taking as much action as we can. Even without the $40 million, we're still taking as much action as we can to address those water issues down there. If you were in our board meeting about a month and a half or 2 months ago, we actually approved $187,000 to go in and try to address the 31 fire hydrants down there that you can't even take the covers off of. And that's a problem that was part of what the CRUA had created by not having enough funds in order to maintain the system properly, number one. And number two, the design of the system is such that it needs to be totally redone in order to provide the right kind of water service for the entire area, both Sunland Park and Santa Teresa. The funds that Sunland Park has and CRUA had are not enough. They just didn't study to find out how much they need to raise the water for everyone. And even the amount they're coming up with, which I think is maybe as much as 30%, is still not enough to fix all the problems in Santa Teresa and Sunland Park. And we, as a county, are going to actively continue to use the assets we have and the assets we can get in order to focus solely on making sure the water in that area is safe, available, and as much as needed in order for the community to grow healthy. Having this partnership with the Jupiter Project will provide us with more funding to be able to continue to to help with that issue and make it correct it more quickly. However, even if this project doesn't go forward for whatever reason, this county is committed to working and making sure to provide as much good, clean water as we can in that area to try to correct the problems that have happened in the past. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Gometos or Vice Chair Chaparro, anything?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do.
Of course, go ahead, Commissioner Gometos.
Thank you. So, I want to thank everyone who came and spoke at the public input today. It was wonderful to see, both sides there. Since starting with the county in January, I've seen and heard about the water issues in Solon Park and Santa Teresa. Crua is broke and it's dissolving. The infrastructure is old and failing. There are many issues that need to be fixed, but little funding, which may take many years at the rate we are going to get accessible, clean water. This is a solution to get the funding desperately needed for the infrastructure so as not to have to wait many years. I also feel like, keeping our youth here by funding our community college and high schools for training for jobs in the data center fields with high-paying jobs is a great opportunity for our youth. There will be apprenticeships in the construction fields as well, in the data centers. As a mother, my son left 6 years ago to pursue a job out of state because of the low-paying jobs here. We as commissioners, along with staff and the state, will be monitoring these companies and making them accountable when not complying. We aren't just going to sit back and let them do whatever they want. We want to make sure that it's going to be done right and that they are going to follow suit for the community needs. So I thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gometos. I think we've all been going through and living this every moment of every day for quite some time now through, the community meetings and our Board of County Commissioner meetings and getting the packets and staying up late and reading them. And I know you all are doing the same. No doubt in my mind that you all are taking the time and emailing us, calling us out, just wanting to have those conversations. And I appreciate it because, it is a big undertaking today. And a lot of you have noticed that and said that, and it is. And it's something that we're going to have to really think about. And I appreciate my fellow commissioners more than they'll ever know, because the good thing about us up here is that we all look at things differently. But it seems like every single one of us up here today have been highlighting the continued commitment, whether or not this project goes through, for water and infrastructure in our communities. We know that it's an issue. The desalinization plant is a small part of the solution. It's not going to fix everything. I know that. And I've been, since I've been sitting up here, this is what, 2.5 years? It's only 2.5 years, holy moly. A lot of the calls that we get, not even from south of town, but everywhere, is about water. Through every single part of our community is water. Water, wastewater, critical infrastructure. And at the end of the day, that's, I don't want this to be the only time that we have this conversation. I think we've been doing a good job bringing it up, coming up with, work sessions and understanding and trying to evolve the county into addressing these concerns. And I think we've been doing that the best of our abilities, but I understand that there's a lot of things that need to be answered in this. I understand that full-heartedly. I am not an expert in any of these fields, to be honest with you. Energy, water, infrastructure, the kind of technology that we're talking about, I'm not going to say I am. I'm learning. I'm doing the research, I'm reading everyone's emails, I'm asking tons of questions. I'm sorry, Denise, I know I call you late at night, and I apologize. That was always my thing. I was never going to call someone after 5, but I call you all the time after 5. But I want to just reiterate the fact that I'm very grateful today for everyone that showed up. I'm very, very, very grateful for these county commissioners sitting beside me today. And I want to say thank you to staff for your continued work and going through it with us, and I appreciate you. But I know that this is a heavy lift, and it's a very, very heavy decision. So, Commissioner Chaparro, I know that you wanted to speak as well. Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Primeramente, gracias a todos ustedes quienes nos acompañaron aquí hoy día para presentar sus ideas, para compartir con nosotros sus pensamientos, sus batallas, lo que ustedes sienten en su comunidad. He recibido más que 400 correos electrónicos, docenas de recados, llamadas, preocupadas por muchas cosas. Thank you all for attending here today. I've received over maybe close to 500 emails, dozens of phone calls of people expressing their concern, asking questions. And first of all, I ask your forgiveness for not getting back to you. My father passed away, and as you can understand, ha sido un tiempo muy dificultoso para mi familia y para mí, la pérdida de mi querido papi. Pero cuando yo leo esta ley propuesta, but when I read this ordinance that is proposed, the second whereas starts as the state. These bonds are issued for the purpose of promoting the use of natural resources of the state and promoting industry and developing trades or other economic activity to secure and maintain a balanced and stable economy in the country, in the county, to promote public health, welfare, safety, convenience, and prosperity. And the first one there is public health. Now, I know that many of us have been reading this, and I held this up hundreds of pages, and I'm not against your project or for your project. I just need more information. We've had community meetings, and Mr. Jose Ibarra had promised me at one of the commission meetings that you'd be having meetings at Sunland Park every Tuesday or Thursday. You had one meeting there. You've had 5 meetings in total. This has been rushed for me and for the people whom I represent. We need more time. And Mr. Roper, I appreciate you being here. I know you've come a long way, and I know you've worked on this project for a long time. But you haven't included the residents of this county. You haven't included this commissioner. I don't know about the other commissioners, but not this commissioner. All these things were done in Santa Fe months before we became aware of it. Negotiations, deals, money promised. And then we come to the end of this process, and we're being pushed forward very, very quickly. And we're all trying to juggle all this information that at least the people that have contacted me are still having questions. And if we believe in real democracy, in moving forward in a transparent way, then we include the community from the beginning so that we know what's going on, so that we don't have fear, so that we know that this community are also stakeholders, just as this commissioner, Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, Commissioner Reynolds, and Commissioner Gameros are also stakeholders because we represent you. Now, I also have issue, and I've been trying to bring this up, and I've talked to our county manager about it. I've talked to our county attorney about it. I've talked to the bond attorney about it. I've talked to Ben Young, and I also spoke to my personal attorney. Number one, I have issue that an NDA was signed without my knowledge, my authority, and the county manager is my employee, and I didn't know about it. These negotiations were being done without it bringing it to my attention. There's so many questions. I appreciate, Commissioner Sanchez, that you went over the water issue, the different water options. Yes, this is the biggest issue. It's been the biggest issue since you were elected, because you were elected before I was, and we've both been on CRUA, and we've known the difficulties, and we know the difficulties of Sunland Park. But this commission has stated time and time again, we want to work with the state, with Anthony, with Sunland Park, with our residents. And one of our partners, one of our community partners is asking for more time so that they can understand and explain to their constituents. ¿Qué está pasando aquí? ¿Me están dando un gato por liebre? Queremos entender esto. And they were not able to perhaps come to this meeting, but they went to those people whom they trusted, and that was their city councilors of Sunland Park, and they're asking for a little more time so that we don't get documents, as I mentioned before, where I'm missing 15 pages of exhibits, and maybe there were somewhere and I failed to notice them because of the time crunch. But these are not the final documents. They say draft all over them, and that's of a concern to me. We're voting on this very important issue with a draft and not all the information that this commissioner requires. And I agree with you, Commissioner Sanchez. We need to build opportunities for our community and develop a stronger economic base, but not on the backs of our people that are not informed. And so I ask you, we're all representatives, colleagues, and this is important for me too. Yo crecí en un barrio. My father had a first grade education. My mother has a third grade education. Y miren a su hija este momento. Representando a su gente como ustedes me lo han pedido, representing my community as you have asked me. We also had, I thank Representative Small for being here. I thank Representative Lara for being here. I know you're working in our best interest, but please stop and listen to the constituents. Please, I beg of you. Representative Small, you represented my dad as a city councilman, and he would tell you, hijo, escucha tu gente. Darles su lugar y su valor. No los ignores. You knew him. And he was proud that you were his representative. Make us proud again. Lead us. So again, thank you, Mr. Napier. And again, I'm going to quibble with you just a bit on your percentages because I'm a numbers girl, just like Commissioner Sanchez is. I got the bad habit from you, Commissioner Sanchez, actually. Sir, you said that 83% of the calls that you made were in favor and 17 were against. I received 2 calls, one in English, uno en español. And they were pretty basically the same message. Hola, represento a Project Jupiter. Hello, I'm representing Project Jupiter. We want more jobs in our community. Will you support us? And here's a number to call. And the number that was given was the county number. And so I asked further questions. Number one, what's your name? How did you get my number? And who, which calling center, how did you, all this information that one would probably ask, and it was such a generic message, and so numbers can be shifted anyway. And if somebody told me jobs, I'd say, sure, I want more jobs in this county. So I don't know if I agree with the numbers. I'd like to know a little bit more about it. But again, I'm asking for more time for our people to understand everything that's been going on. We're no rush. This has been going on for, what, a year or two? Negotiations have been going on for a year or two, and we're being asked to push this in 2 to 3 weeks. I don't think that's democracy. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's equitable, no es justo, y no es lo que representamos aquí en el condado de Doña. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, Commissioners. Any other comments or questions while we have everyone here? None?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd ask one more time, just based on comments and also from our partner down south. I'm asking this commission to table this vote so that constituents and our partners, municipalities and other organizations, would have more time to really look through this, and so I can get a final draft of what is to be presented with no blank pages. And so it could be explained to me as it would a third grader. Thank you. So my motion is to table this for 30 days.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to table for 30 days.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it has to be either that has to be indefinite or a date certain. So if I'd have to ask the lawyer for, or Ms. Neal for that.
Okay.
So if we
So,
can, if
Madam-
Commissioner Chaparro would like to do that, she'll have to.
So 30 days would be 30 days this month, so that's 10. So that would be October 20th. Please correct me if I'm not correct on this. But if we go by tomorrow being day 1, which is the 20th, 30 days in October, 20 would be the 20th of October.
It would be the 20th of October, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Would you like to amend your motion to include the
would.
date certain?
Thank you. I withdraw my previous motion, and my motion is to table this vote until October 20th at a special meeting, as we are doing today, so that we may give our partners an opportunity and the constituents an opportunity to fully comprehend this, and so that I may have an opportunity to have a final draft without blank pages. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Do we have a second? Okay. The motion does fail. Thank you. Can we please have order? Can we please have order? Thank you. Okay, commissioners, the motion did fail. Do we have any final comments before we would call the question today? Okay. Brandy, if you'll please roll call the commission.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
No.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes. The motion does carry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go, guys.
Find them. I don't find them offensive at all. I'm not concerned for my safety.
This is what democracy looks like.
Can't be quiet, they gotta go.
They're working it.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
Mr. Chairman,
This is what democracy looks like.
can you please instruct security to remove the people from the chambers?
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
If we can please have order back in the chamber.
This is what democracy looks like. I'm not turning on TV. We're recalling all your ashes. Only Chaparro's the one with the spine. Sheldo Hernandez, you're a fucking sellout. Sellout. Show me what democracy looks like.
Sir, can you please leave so we can get more order here? I understand. All right. Okay. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. We'll be back at, I don't even know what time it is. 4:09, so back 15 minutes. Thank you so much. We'll be back. Okay, everyone, if you'll please find your seat. Okay. It is 4:30. We are back in session. The next item we have is item number 11, which is to approve an ordinance for Red Chili A LLC, a Delaware Limited Liability Company, Red Chili B LLC, a Delaware Limited Liability Company, Red Chili's C LLC, a Delaware Limited Liability Company, Red Chili's D LLC, a Delaware Limited Liability Company, collectively and together with their successors, assigns, and affiliates, Red Chili's and Yucca Growth Infrastructure LLC, a Delaware Limited Liability Company, together with its successor, assigns, and affiliates, Yucca Growth, and together with Red Chili's and the companies pursuant to the Local Economic Development Act, LEDA. And do we have a motion on the floor, commissioners?
Make a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. We have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. And we do have our Economic Development Administrator, Ms. Carter, here today. Welcome. The mic is off. If we can please turn our mic on, please. Thank you. You're good to go.
Okay. So this item is for the project participation agreement for the GRT share.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions on that portion of this agenda item?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Chaparro.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, and maybe my fellow commissioners can help me out on this, because we're talking about Red Chiles A, a Delaware Limited Liability Company, Red Chiles B, a Delaware Limited Liability Company, I believe, I'm not sure, Red Chiles C, D, and Yucca Growth Infrastructure. So I'd like to know where each of these firms are located, and if we can start with Red Chili's A.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, so this relates to the structuring of the industrial revenue bond and the various entities that they create to manage the facility. So it's said in the title, they're incorporated in Delaware. I'll defer to the company in terms of why they're structuring it as they are, but it is tied to the structuring of the economic development project through the IRB and then the LEDA. I don't have any background in terms of what their thinking is. Doing it this way is not uncommon, but I'll defer to their counsel to provide further input.
Is there a physical address for each one of the entities? 1, 2, 3, there's 5.
Commissioner,
afternoon.
yes, Commissioner, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro. Laura Sanchez, I work for the Rohde Law Firm. I'm one of the IRB bond counsel for the companies in this situation. So the local address for this will be the project. They are incorporated right now in Delaware, and they have addresses that are from out of state, but they are essentially required to be registered as foreign entities doing business in New Mexico. So these, it's not unusual to have companies create what are called special purpose entities, that their purpose is to essentially do all of the construction. It's not unlike real estate where you have LLCs that are created just for the purpose of doing the real estate portion of a transaction. That's how this has been set up. And it's a little bit, they used red chili, green chili, a little bit reflecting, the chili of New Mexico. But just so that you understand, there's Yucca Growth Infrastructure, YGI. Yucca Growth Infrastructure is the company that goes with the Series A bonds. That one is the one that largely will be working with the microgrid and development of that. The second one is the Red Chili's ones, and they're broken up into different companies because it's a very large project and there's phases, and so there's different kinds of companies that will be in each block, so A, B, C, D, as the transactions work. They're sort of broken up that way, but it's really all the red chili entities is one company. And then the last ones are, and it's Green Chili Ventures is the third company that's involved. And that's just one. And that's essentially, in the transaction, they're the tenant of the whole thing.
Thank you. And I'm also asking for the benefit of the public. So, because, you know, there's just so many documents to go through.
Absolutely.
And so I was sent many, many questions, but the next question is, how long have each of these entities been in business? So we can start with Red Chiles, and it's not chili, it's chiles. That's
Yes,
why
I'm
it's
sorry.
spelled How long have they been in business?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Chaparro. They were, as I said before, they were created for the purpose of this transaction. So they, I believe, sort of thinking back my memory, within the last month or so, probably within the last, maybe a little bit longer, because I'm trying to think from August 26th, pretty close to prior to that, I would say, maybe a couple weeks before that meeting, in anticipation of having all of this move forward. And again, in my experience and my firm's experience, it's not unusual to have a company create a separate LLC in order to establish sort of new procedures and have all the transactions run through that company rather than having it be part of their traditional corporate structure.
And this is identical for Red Chiles, A, B, C, D. Is that correct?
Correct. These are all new companies, yes.
All right. So next question, what similar projects have they been involved in as to each entity?
Again, they don't have, they're created for the purpose of this transaction. So there are not other entities that or other projects that they worked on. The companies that are involved have had a history of doing work in other states. They are in that business, but these particular entities are for the purpose of this transaction.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez, there's other questions, but as you explained, this LLC or these LLCs have only been in existence probably less than a month. And so to ask about debt level, credit history, and their charters would probably be moot at this point.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Chaparro, with regard to those entities, that is correct. They are new entities.
If you give me a moment, Chair, I've got to read the rest of my notes, and I can't read my own writing. Again, we do have some blanks, at least in my copies, that I would require more information and have probably more questions, but at this point, I don't have a complete picture on which to ask further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chair. Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In discussion about these LLCs, is there likelihood that those names or companies will change over the next 30 or 40 days or 5 years or anything like that? Do they plan to change the name or when they get a business license here, do they plan to change the names or just continue with these? Are there any changes planned for any of this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Reynolds. My understanding is that these are the company names that will be part of this transaction going forward. So I think that we can expect that they will be the ones that will be part of all of the bond documents as we go through and essentially what's called papering the transaction. So all the documents that have been approved in form, they will be part of that. And moving forward, there's no intent to change the names at this point that I'm aware of. However, if there's ever any, and there is, you can understand, I'm sure, that if there's any sort of transfer or transaction, then you might see a different company name, but at that point, you all would be notified as the county.
Now, LLCs actually require a board in order to be a legal entity. So will we get some information about who's on the board or what companies are actually become the board? Will we get that at some point in time?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Reynolds, actually an LLC, you can have an LLC that's a single member LLC, or it can be, or I'm sorry, if it's a single member, it's usually a member manager LLC.
Correct.
If you have multiple members, then you could have, multiple members and one manager. And the structure at this point doesn't have a board. So it has, it has members or a member and a manager structure.
Now, you're correct. You can form an LLC as a single member. That's correct. But I thought there might be, as corporations, they might have a board or may plan to have a board in the future, which I think actually for this opportunity, probably should have a board. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other commission comment? Okay. Any public comment? Okay. Brandy? If you all can turn on Brandy's mic, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
No.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Okay, motion does carry.
We do have two ordinances. Item number 10 did have an ordinance. That number was 367-2025. Item number 11, 368-2025.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. Okay, next up, we do have commission follow-up input. Okay. Correspondence, Brandy?
Okay, we do have two. Ernest and Lupe Nevares versus Doña Ana County, and Kenneth James Gutierrez versus Doña Ana County.
Thank you, Brandy. We have another closed session on the agenda. Are we wanting to go into closed session? I was just informed
Mr.
that.
Chair?
Yes.
I believe that we can actually postpone that item until Tuesday.
Until Tuesday?
Yeah.
We don't have a meeting Tuesday.
This one is not urgent. It can wait.
Oh, okay. Then we will let it wait by all means. Okay? Commission, anything else? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4:43 p.m.